Council for January 28, 2013. Ms. Banks, would you call the roll?
Thank you. Ms. Seymour? Mr. Moss?
Here.
Mr. Lantz? Ms. Jordon? Here. Mr. Frasier?
Here.
Mr. Fracassi?
Here.
Mr. Siver?
Here.
You have 6 members present.
Ms. Seymour is in the building. I expect her to join us shortly.
Thank you.
Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have no presentations this evening and no appointments. We do have some minutes to approve.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Fracassi?
I move the regular meeting of December 10th, the committee of the whole meeting of December 17th of 2012, the committee of the whole meeting of January 14th, 2013.
Or it's been moved by Mr. Fracassi, supported by Mr. Frasier. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. I did neglect to mention that if you have a cell phone, we would request that you please silence it or put it on vibrate at this time. Thank you very much. We have no consent agenda items this evening. However, we do have a public hearing. And the public hearing is the rezoning request for Charles Park, Walmart Real Estate Business Trust, on behalf of the Archbishop of the Archdiocese of Detroit and the owners of the Southfield Common Shopping Center to rezone almost 12 acres, 11.94 acres to be exact, of R2 single-family residential and office service, OS, and B2 neighborhood businesses, all to B3. At this time, I would comment before I call on Mr. Crode and the representatives from Walmart. The City Council has been mulling this proposal since September, following the petitioner's formal request for a rezoning of the St. Bede property in the adjoining Southfield Commons. The request to rezone has come through the proper channels, having been reviewed by the Southfield Planning Department and the Southfield Planning Commission. These steps in the process concluded with a public hearing by the Planning Commission on November 28th in this room. At the close of that hearing, the Planning Commission made a favorable recommendation to rezone these properties to B3. Since November 28th, I can say unequivocally that the members of the Southfield City Council have done their due diligence on this proposal. The Council held a public meeting with the petitioner to review the rezoning and site plan request, read the Southfield Road traffic study, met with the Oakland County Road Commission, posed a series of questions to the petitioner, read the community impact statement, conducted several meetings with the city planner, reviewed other zoning options for this property, reviewed and read the notes of the Southfield Planning Commission, which are voluminous, and heard from all of you. We heard from you in person at council meetings, by letter, by email, text message, phone calls, at community meeting places, just this afternoon on the street for me, on Facebook, and by electronic petition. I believe that this council is ready to vote on this request this evening. However, first we must hold a public hearing, and I will call on City Planner Terry Crode and then the petitioner to make remarks. Their comments will be followed by the public hearing. Mr. Crode, I turn this meeting over to you.
Thank you, through the chair. Again, this is public hearing ZR 1314
A rezoning request of Charles Park Walmart Real Estate Business Trust on behalf of the owners, Michael Moran, Roman Catholic Archbishop of the Archdiocese of Detroit, and Nick and Lorna Abraham, owners of Southfield Common Shopping Center, to rezone 11.94 acres of R2 single-family residential, OS office service, and B2 neighborhood business land to B3 general business on property located at 18290 West 12 Mile, 29255 and 29267 Southfield Road on the west side of Southfield Road, north of West 12 Mile Road. I have a brief video presentation for council and the audience.
Is a rezoning and site plan review request of Charles Park of Walmart Real Estate Business Trust to rezone from R2 single-family residential, OS office service, and B2 planned business to B3 general business, and with the construction of a new Walmart supercenter on properties located at 18290 West 12 Mile Road and 29255 and 29267 Southfield Road, on the northwest corner of 12 Mile Road and Southfield Road in Section 11 of the city. The subject properties are zoned R2 single-family residential, OS office service, and B2 planned business. The property to the north is zoned B1 neighborhood business. The properties to the west is zoned RA single-family residential, P vehicular parking, and OS office service. The properties to the south across 12 Mile Road are within the city of Lathrop Village and are zoned for office and commercial use. The properties to the east across Southfield Road are zoned B3 general business, P vehicular parking, and OS office service. With regard to the existing land uses, the subject properties are developed with a vacant St. Bede's Church and the southern portion of the Southfield Common Shopping Center. The property to the north is developed with the northern portion of Southfield Common Shopping Center and a Dunkin' Donuts. The properties to the west are developed with single-family homes fronting on Guy Street and the Southfield Funeral Home. The properties to the south across 12 Mile Road are developed with office and commercial uses in the city of Lathrop Village. The properties to the east across Southfield Road are developed with a gas station, a shopping center, an office building, and a bank. The proposed site contains 11.94 acres of land with 600 feet of frontage on 12 Mile Road and a depth of 864 feet. The petitioner has submitted a request to rezone the property to B3 general business. The proposed site plan review request is to demolish the existing St. Bede's Church and Shopping Center and to construct a new 130,124 gross square foot Walmart supercenter with associated parking. The parking required for the Walmart, Southfield Commons, and Southfield Funeral Home development is 995 spaces with 921 provided on all three sites. The landscape provided conforms to ordinance requirements. The elevations show a mix of brick, ephes, and glass. Issues considered by the Planning Department during the review of the rezoning and site plan were: the proposed rezoning will be in accordance with the Southfield Comprehensive Master Plan that indicates North Southfield Road sub-area for this parcel. The proposed rezoning to B3 general business will allow the petitioner to redevelop the property with a new land use compatible with the abutting existing development and in accordance with the Southfield Comprehensive Master Plan. The proposed rezoning will not have adverse effects upon any of the adjoining zonings or land uses. Site plan review standards of the zoning ordinance. The petitioner is to enter into a cross-access and parking agreement with the owner of the Southfield Funeral Home and the owner of the Southfield Common Shopping Center for all three to share parking spaces on the three properties. A waiver of 74 parking spaces from the Zoning Board of Appeals. 995 required, 921 provided on all three properties. The petitioner is to implement the recommendations made by the Southfield Police Department's Crime Prevention Bureau regarding site security.
Through the chair, I just want to point out to the council that the public hearing is specifically on the merits of the rezoning to B3, that the site plan issues, if the rezoning is approved, will be dealt with as a separate item. The council should base their decision on all the permitted uses allowed in the requested B3 district. I just also want to mention that there was an e-petition, and as of 5 p.m., 195 signatures were received. I believe each of the council were listed on that, and I believe there was some additional public signatures that were provided just prior to this meeting. With that, I will be happy to answer any questions that the council has after the public hearing, any pertinent questions on the rezoning, and then again, if the rezoning is approved later, we'll discuss the particular points of the site plan. With that, I would suggest that representatives from the Walmart group make some brief comments before the public hearing is open.
All right, thank you, Mr. Crowe.
Mr. Chair, I don't mean to interrupt Terry, but Terry's speaking, and I wanted the public to hear this, and there's someone walking around and interfering with the hearing, and I want that to cease, so that everybody here hears what's going on, and especially when the planner is giving his presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Haynes?
Eric Haynes, Senior Manager of Walmart Public Affairs and Government Relations, 208 North Capitol Avenue, Lansing, Michigan. I do have some brief comments regarding the zoning request before you this evening. Prior to that, I thought I would turn it over to representatives from the Archdiocese to talk specifically about the property, and then I'll step back up.
Have your name and business address for the record?
Sure. My name is Michael McInerney. I'm with the Archdiocese of Detroit. My business address is 1234 Washington Boulevard, Detroit, Michigan. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The Archdiocese is the owner of the St. Bede's, the commonly known St. Bede's property. The property is controlled by the parish, which is known as the Church of the Transfiguration, which is the result of the merger of St. Bede's, St. Michael's, St. Beatrice, and St. Ives back in 2007. The agreement between the Archdiocese and Walmart to sell the property to Walmart for development is the result of several years worth of discussions. It was clear early on in the analysis done by the Archdiocese and the parish that the highest and best use for the property was as commercial property. Contrary to some reports, there was never a commitment made by the Archdiocese or the parish to retain the property for church use only. In fact, in early 2008, permission was sought by the Archdiocese from the Vatican to market the property for commercial use. There's two reasons for that. One is the objective of the Archdiocese and the parish is to maximize the sale proceeds of the property. The pastor of the parish, who has the fiduciary obligation to his congregation to do so, always wanted to do that, sought permission from the Archdiocese to market it for commercial use, and that permission was granted by the Archdiocese once it was obtained from Rome. And the second reason for that is that the property has been identified as commercial property in the city's master plan for a number of years. The Archdiocese and the parish are in support of the Walmart plan. We believe it's consistent with the master plan of the city, and we believe it's responsive to all of the issues that have been raised by the planning department, the planning commission, and numerous town hall meetings with residents of the city of Southfield. The alternative from the parish and the Archdiocese standpoint is the property remains vacant. The expenses associated with the maintenance of the property continue to be a burden on the
to, as long as you're at the podium, acknowledge that we did receive your letter on Friday and the letter from the pastor at Church of Transfiguration.
Thank you.
All right.
President Siver, there's three main points that I'll make, and then certainly take any questions that council members may have specifically of us at this time. And of course, we'll be here for the duration, so if there are questions that council has as a result of public comment, we'll certainly be here to address them.
We're going to take questions after the public comment.
The first point that we want to reiterate, as you all consider this zoning request, is of course the property itself and the condition of the existing property, and certainly qualifies as what we would call an obsolete property. So any potential redevelopers that will be before you could certainly be looking at Michigan's brownfield laws and pursuing both tax increment financing and other opportunities as a means of redeveloping that property. I want to make it clear to those of you, and not only making this decision, of course, but to the members of the public that are here with us this evening, that Walmart is not pursuing any of those economic development opportunities. We are requesting no incentives from the city for the redevelopment of the site. The second point I'd like to remind you all of while you're making your decision on rezoning this evening is that it is our belief that the zoning request is consistent with the large-scale retail that is currently depicted on the city's master plan. And I believe that is, to my third point, a large part of why we received a favorable recommendation for the zoning request from the Planning Commission. And unless there are specific questions from council members, I'll turn it back over to the city planner.
Mr. President, I would like to hear an email that came into the city, which I didn't get a copy of, to be read to the audience as well. Do you have that email, Mr.
I believe that the city planner has a copy, and I can certainly have a copy as well as council president. So
I would suggest one of your associates read the email publicly.
Mr. Lantz, we were going to take that at the end.
No, I don't believe, Mr. President, I don't believe it should be part of their presentation.
Okay, I will allow it. Where's the email? I mean, I have this is all my email.
Through the chair, if I could ask Mr. Lantz, which email you, which one are you referring to? The email
Friday,
giving the information on the presentation from Walmart to the cities.
I have a copy here from our land use attorney who was carbon copy on the email that I sent on Friday, January 25th at 8:28 p.m.
I remember.
With your permission.
Correct, that's right.
Council President Siver, thank you for the opportunity to provide you, the mayor, and your fellow council members with additional details about Walmart. While we feel that zoning request is in line with the master plan and that our site plan will meet the qualifications established to redevelop an obsolete property, we welcome the chance to share more specific details about our stores, our associates, and the positive economic impact we have on communities, economic development, and tax revenue. Demolition of the existing church and improvement of the property is a tremendous cost to undertake. Per Michigan's brownfield laws, potential developers could be eligible to receive tax increment financing for the demolition and some site improvement costs. Walmart is not pursuing these economic development options. We are requesting no incentives from the city for this project. The rezoning and rehabilitation of the property is estimated to generate an increase of $316,000 in real property taxes, with roughly $100,000 of that revenue going directly to the city general fund on an annual basis. Considering the demolition, rehabilitation, and proposed construction, this project will invest millions of dialogue we establish with area residents. Hours of operation reduced from 24 hours to 18 hours, with the exception for Black Friday. Signage, elevated sign along 12 Mile changed to a monument sign. Walkable store, pedestrian access along Southfield Road, 12 Mile Road, the adjacent property to Guy Street, and alignment with pedestrian crosswalks at Southfield 12 Mile Road intersection. Electric charging stations for vehicles. Sale of firearms, we will not sell firearms at this location. Public transportation, new smart bus shelter. Traffic. The existing curb cuts on the property will be closed and access will be limited to one main signalized entrance off of Southfield Road at Edwards and one entrance off of 12 Mile Road. Both entrances are set back as far from the Southfield 12 Mile intersection as the property allows. The study provided, which utilizes national standards, finds the traffic impact to be less than 5% of the total volume, and the findings have been supported by the Oakland County Road Commission. To mitigate the traffic impact, new signals at both Southfield 12 Mile intersection and Southfield Edwards intersection will be installed with pedestrian crosswalks and right turn overlaps. In addition, a right turn lane along 12 Mile Road to allow for bus stop use, and right turns in the Walmart 12 Mile entrance will be added. Commitment to dedicate right-of-way along Southfield Road for the Oakland County Road Commission. Jobs. This location will provide up to 300 good jobs for the community. Walmart employees, a mixture of full-time and part-time positions, while we do not share specific breakdowns in any particular store. In many markets, the majority of our associates in the store work full-time. In fact, the majority of hours worked in our Michigan locations are from our full-time associates. We want every associate to find a career opportunity they want with Walmart. It's true Walmart and retail in general has some entry-level jobs, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just about everyone started in an entry-level job. It's important to note that not everyone is looking for a full-time job. Some part-time job seekers include high school students looking for their first job, college students working to stretch their personal finances, a teacher working over the summer, a stay-at-home mom or dad looking to supplement income, a veteran just home from serving our country who is now looking to transition to private employment, and seniors supplementing their retirement. Here's what most people don't get. Entry-level jobs lead to bigger jobs. At Walmart, you can climb the ladder from a stocker or a cashier to a department manager to a store manager and beyond. About 75% of our store management started as hourly associates, and they earn between $50,000 and $170,000 a year, similar to what firefighters, accountants, or even doctors make. Both full and part-time associates are eligible for quarterly bonuses or an incentive program based on the performance of their store. Through the first 3 quarters, hourly associates have received more than $550 million in quarterly bonuses. We'll make sure part-time associates have full visibility into job openings in their stores and nearby stores, and that they have first shot at these jobs. We're also bringing more transparency to our scheduling system so part-time workers can choose more hours for themselves. Walmart provides their associates with a 401k plan with company match. Walmart provides their associates with a discount card that lets them save 10% on regularly priced general merchandise, fresh fruits and vegetables at any Walmart store. Walmart has more than 250,000 associates that have been with the company for 10 years or more. Last year, we received more than 5 million applications to come work in our stores. Of those hired last year, 20% were rehires, meaning they worked for Walmart lots but came back because they wanted to work for us again. If this store is approved by the council, we anticipate receiving thousands of applications for the 250 to 300 jobs the store will provide. We will happily engage the city to host a jobs fair for this location. Benefits. Our healthcare benefits are better than what the retail industry generally offers. More than half of our associates, full and part-time, have signed up for our healthcare plan, covering 1.1 million associates and family members. Nearly 2/3 of all Walmart employees sign up to cover only themselves. As of this new enrollment cycle, which just hits in for this calendar year, our lowest associate plan is only $17.40 per pay period. That's half the average premium that other retail employees pay, comes with an upfront 21.7 million. The total giving, including our customer donations, is 22.9 million. Those are numbers for right here in Michigan. Region State Giving Council awards include the Food Bank Council of Michigan, a $100,000 grant. Forgotten Harvest, right here in Michigan, $50,000 grant. Gleaners Community Food Bank of Southeastern Michigan, $100,000 grant. Great Centers of Hope in Pontiac, $50,000 grant. Hospice at Home, $25,000. Lebanese American Heritage Club, $50,000. Michigan Veterans Coalition, $30,000. Michigan Youth in Government, $25,000. And the Women's Network Incorporated, $40,000. Thanks for your consideration. As always, should you have any additional questions or concerns, please not hesitate to contact me. I look forward to seeing you all again Monday evening. Respectfully, Eric Hayes, Senior Manager, Walmart Public Affairs.
Anything else? Mr. Crowe or Mr. Hayes? If not, we're about to start the public hearing. Before we begin our public hearing, allow me to explain the ground rules. Because we are aware that so many people wish to speak to this request, we have, in the interest of time, slightly altered our public hearing procedures. Anyone who wishes to speak, or everyone who wishes to speak, will be heard. However, we have asked those who wish to speak to fill out a card. They're in the lobby with their name and address so that we may queue up the speakers. I will call people up 3 or 4 at a time and ask that they stand ready to speak. We realize that for many of you, this rezoning request has become a very passionate issue. You will hear things tonight that you may not agree with, or you may agree with. I'm going to insist that we are fair and respectful to all points of view and remain silent while comments are being made. Again, this is Southfield. We will have a civil proceeding here tonight, or the council will recess this hearing. Once again, I ask for no demonstrations from the audience. If you have questions, the planner or the petitioner will attempt to answer them following the close of the public hearing. We will not engage in a dialogue. Normally, we allow 5 minutes for public comment per person. I implore you tonight, because so many people wish to be heard, that you limit your remarks to 2 or 3 minutes. Also note, your comments should speak to those issues, as Mr. Crowe has indicated, related to the rezoning. Council is prepared to remain here until everyone is heard. We will then have closing comments by the planner and the representatives from Walmart. Following that, the council will have the floor to make comments and or ask final questions, and then we will conduct a roll call vote on the request to rezone. That vote will be held, obviously, when everyone is heard. So, with that, I'd like to call up the first 4 people. Barbara Seiden, Charlie Gilliam, Ian Ferguson, and Lawrence Hoffman, starting with Ms. Seiden.
Thank you.
You need to state your name and address for the record if we have that, and the floor is now, or I will officially declare the public hearing open.
Barbara Seiden, 18430 Winterset Drive, Southfield, Michigan, 48076. Honorable Mayor, Council members, accepting the B3 proposal will negatively impact our community. Intensity of site. The proposed store is too large for that site. There is not enough setback space on that site. There is not enough parking area to accommodate the store. Small businesses like Einstein Bagels and House of Watch Fans will be pushed out and leave Southfield. Neighboring residents will leave Southfield. Density of site. Pollution and unsightliness will plague the site. forklifts, mechanical carts, trash compactors, dumpsters, and pallet storage. Approximately 20 truck deliveries will be made daily. Resident health will be compromised from noise, dust, dirt, glare, odor, and fumes. Diesel and small trucks idling 24 hours a day. Adjoining small business and parking areas will be overtaken and absorbed. Electrical transformers will be overloaded. Traffic congestion. Congestion on Southfield and 12 Mile Road. Emergency police, fire, and EMS will be impeded. Adjoining residential streets like Guy, Webster, and Cranbrook Village entrances will be congested and impeded. 12 Mile and Southfield is not wide enough to accommodate congestion. Increased accidents will occur. Additional traffic turn arrow lights will need to be added. Southfield and 12 Mile roads will have to be widened. City revenue costs. Cost of additional police, fire, and EMS services for highway and neighborhood injuries and accidents. There's a cost of compromised neighborhood air quality on residents' health. There will be a cost of additional electrical workers to repair overloaded power lines. There is a cost of highway widening and paving contractors. There is a cost of pothole repair and resurfacing highways and subdivision roads. There will be a loss of small business tax base. There will be a loss of residential property tax base. Big box taxes will be given to county and other entities. Loss of full-time jobs from small businesses forced to leave. And the advantages for B3, big box, low-wage, part-time jobs for outsiders. The costs overshadow the advantages of a B3 rezoning. Vote no to B3. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Jones. I stay at 237 Legal Court, Southfield, Michigan. I'm elected teaching delegate 20, which I have estimated over close to 400 or 500 registered voters in my precinct alone. I'm glad you guys are sent to the council for legal freedom of speech. You give me all these people give me 3 or 5 minutes to talk tonight, but I know other cities. By the time I got into the city and already done deals. I'm glad you guys, this is the A1 city, this is the city of Southfield where everything happens. I'd like to point out the Walmart situation. Troy at the Walmart store. Southfield Road at the other end, across from headquarters, there's the Southfield store. 7 Mile in Middleville, there's a brand new, I hope I said Walmart store, it's across from headquarters. Plymouth Road in Middleville, there's the Walmart store. New Hudson, just before you get to Kempton, there's the Walmart store. What I'm trying to say, in this direction you head out from this point right here, within 15 to 20 minutes you can run across a Walmart store in our region alone. It seems like they just flood our region right around here with these stores. I don't know what's up, but they say if it's too good to be true, I hope they don't cut their mic off on that. But if it's too good to be true, keep your eyes open up there to the council. Keep your eyes open. Because I like to point out this something. It wasn't too long ago, we're down in Allen Park. Somebody said they're bringing Hollywood out here, where they got a emergency manager down there that's broke. Wasn't too long ago, that right here, this big giant city right below us, they made a deal about 14 years ago that they were supposed to send some money to the governor's office. They were supposed to send like $200 or $300 million, where they don't have, they facing a financial manager. I hope we don't get that here, because I love my city. Just above us, up in finance, the Lions promised them, if they ever would leave them, they will give them so many millions of dollars to their city. They'll face, I believe they do have emergency managers up there also. And from what I understand, the media said that they got $500,000. But from what I found out recently, I hope I'm misunderstood, they didn't get half that. Our police here, we need all our taxpayer money. If Walmart come up, people say, I'm sorry, but your treasurer had to give us some more money we went over costs. Don't give them nothing. Don't give them our taxpayer money. Because I heard this young man don't need any, but with the scope of pen, all what you say can be erased tomorrow. And I'm with that because I'm using me. So I'm not going to hold you to numbers, but I hope you guys get your homework. These promises don't mean nothing. Don't mean nothing. As a matter of fact, speed is right now. They tough competition and are going to close up 177 stores. And these guys are still going forward. And they said 18 hours. Which one do you think if they come up with money prices, which one they close the store? First of all, these other stores just surrounded us. Thank you for giving me up.
Thank you, Mr. Dillon.
Mr. President, the individuals that are chosen to speak this evening, you've already indicated your address on the card, so we don't have to repeat that yet. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, good evening, City Council, Madam Mayor. Before I begin speaking and point out my bullet points here, I just want to thank you for allowing me as a veteran to exercise my First Amendment privilege. I really appreciate what this council did today. I sat outside and we had a peaceful rally. We had a peaceful discussion. All of you were approaching. Madam Mayor, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I also appreciate you allowing me to come to you tonight to exercise my right again. You're welcome. I realize I don't need to repeat this, but my name is Ian Ferguson. I live at 28836 Lathrop Boulevard in Lathrop Village, Michigan. I am exactly a quarter mile from the proposed site. I'm coming to you tonight to ask you to vote no on 23 rezoning. If you must rezone, I ask you that you rezone at a lower zoning level, preferably at the zoning level that it is now. I ask you not to table this for another date, at a later date. I ask you to make a decision tonight. I believe you can make a decision tonight, and I believe that my neighbors will have good reason for you to make a sound decision for us. Since we're dealing with a church site, I have the Trinity to talk to you about why this should not be rezoned to B3, which is the highest level. Firstly, the normal flow of traffic at the height of rush hour has an extremely congested rate. I understand that we have at least 45,000 vehicles per day going through that site, 12 miles of Southfield. And this is recognized at the simcog.org website. I think you guys received my letter on the 21st of January, which was last week. I cited that in my letter. B3 zoning will add congestion to this location. Right now, I'm dealing with a quarter mile backup from 12 mile all the way up to the Lathrop Village Municipal Building. That's at least 3/4 of a mile away from 12 mile. It takes me a great deal of time to get home. And the overflow to that currently, without any changes in the system, is vehicles exiting Southfield as they're going north onto Lathrop Boulevard. And what I'm seeing at a quarter mile from this site is speed limits in excess of 40 miles an hour on Lathrop Boulevard. Now, I have a 7-year-old daughter that just learned to ride a bike. She has friends that are 5, 3, 8, and 10. I cannot afford to have my daughter get hit by a car on that road right now. So, the gentleman from Walmart stated that they will accommodate this road by expanding 1 or 2 lanes on either side, north and south. And I say to you, okay, that's overflow. That's how you handle traffic. But again, the overflow on me will be roads being expanded, people exiting from that road in their vehicles and using Lathrop Boulevard as an exit to get to that location. I don't know about the Southfield Police Department, but the Lathrop Village Police Department has done a great job in trying to slow that traffic down on Lathrop Boulevard. They've done an excellent job of doing that, but at 45,000 large for that area, and I think that you guys should reconsider it. Point number 2, local businesses will be hurt. Some will leave, in particular, immediately. Einstein Brothers Bagel will have to leave immediately upon this rezoning. Irresistible Boutique will have to leave right next to Einstein. And of course, the Watch Band. And by the way, the Watch Band has been in Southfield for 30 plus years.
Mr. Ferguson, 15 seconds.
Yes. Lastly, currently our neighborhood substations, such as Patton, Beverly, and 12 Mile, are not designed with industrial or large commercial load in mind. So if you B3 zone this location, you will overload the infrastructure on the electrical grid.
Time is up.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Hoffman, before you come up, I want to call the next board. Come on up, and before you speak, and I hope I pronounced the name correctly, Shanita Eccles, Danielle Carmo, Claudia Jefferson, and Rhonda Shinky. Mr. Hoffman, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you, Congressman. My name is Lawrence A. Hoffman, 29235 Westbrook Parkway, Southfield, Michigan. That's right across from Southfield Lakewood High School. And I first moved into this house back in 1977. First thing I want to touch on is, I believe just a few years ago, the City Council, through the Planning Department stuff, did a revised and updated master plan. And I thought it was great, keeping the church St. Pete what it was then, low-density traffic flow. And now, it seems like the Planning Commission is saying, boy, we were totally flawed. We were totally wrong in that designation. Now we want to make it this B3, which is going to bring a whole lot more traffic. And like I said, I live right across from Southfield Lakewood. As it is right now during rush hour, it can take me 2 to 3 lights to get past Southfield Road, whether I'm going straight or turning left on there. And now I'd like to touch a little bit on the site plan and zoning, because I heard at a meeting a little while ago, somebody, I don't know if it was Walmart or the planning person, said that they were a little bit above 25 feet. But then they quickly said, but our average is 25 feet. So I called up the building department and asked them, well, what is the height? And they go, well, it's a very complicated formula that goes into how much space is on the land, how far the setback is, and the size of the building, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, maybe I should have to send you over to the planning department. So he transferred me on the phone over to them, and they pretty much said the same thing. It's certain height depending on all these formulas. And why I'm still confused is I kept hearing at meeting, well, it averages 25 feet. I would like to know from the Planning Commission, what is the height? Was their design plan and everything right now, what the exact height is? Are we going to be giving them a variance for it can go a little bit higher? Because I kept hearing it averages 25 feet. What does that mean? It's what the height is. Now I just want to go touch a little bit on crime, on what I think it could bring. Just this past summer, I had a nephew of mine from Colorado come and stay with me for a few months. He was a heroin addict, and I was trying to help him become clean. And he did a fairly good job, but he did fail, and luckily put himself in a 2-year program. But during our discussion, I go, how do you support your habit? He goes, well, we broke into a lot of cars and did a lot of shoplifting. And over twice, he said, and one of our favorite places to go was Walmart. because they don't take care of their parking lot, and it's the easiest place to break into cars. So, just want to let you know, crime will be growing up. This is what my nephew told me, and he was telling me the truth because we were sitting down talking man to man about his addiction and how we were going to fix it. So, please be ready. Also, I'm concerned about my property value being so close to there that it's going to go down because of the crime I just mentioned and the traffic is just going to get worse. Please consider these options and facts before you actually do this. And hopefully you will tell me what is the height for what they have right now. I don't want the average. What is the height maximum from your complicated formula? Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Ms. Eccles.
Good evening. My name is Shanita Eccles. I'm a senior at Maryborough student as well as a volunteer at Beaumont Hospital. I live right off of the Southfield freeway and I have to travel that way daily. I try to avoid 12 miles Southfield during rush hour traffic because like someone else said, sometimes you're waiting 3 or 4 lights just to get past 12 miles. I think the vote should be no on B3 because the traffic is already just horrendous and I think it'll only get worse if we decide to zone it to B3. Thank you.
Thank you. Danielle Conwell.
Good evening. My name is Danielle, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of my father, Johnny Cargo, who is not able to attend tonight. He is the owner of Market Fresh at 13 Mile and Southfield Road, one of the few small businesses left in the area. We ask you tonight to vote no to the proposal to rezone St. Bede's Church. Should a Walmart supercenter enter Southfield, it will have a largely negative effect on the overall economy of Southfield and surrounding communities. Local business, not global chains, create community prosperity. A superstore will likely displace nearby small business and leave the local economy to depend greatly on a corporation that has no real relationship or commitment to our community. Will Walmart send donations to high school programs? Will they advertise in school newspapers? Will they know their customers by name? Most likely not. It's a fact that chain stores send most of their revenue outside of the community, while local businesses keep more consumer dollars in the community. For every $100 spent in locally owned businesses, 68 stay in the local economy, while big box stores only leave 43 to recirculate locally. Every time Walmart converts one of its big box stores every time it converts one of its stores into a supercenter with groceries, it leads to the closure of 2 existing grocery stores in the area. At the last council meeting, I believe one of the councilmen mentioned that he's tired of driving around Southfield and seeing empty businesses and empty buildings, and I just want to say that allowing another big box store to move into Southfield Road is only going to create more vacancy. It is going to do nothing for filling up gaps. And it may generate some tax revenue at first, but likely over a long-term plan, it will decrease tax revenue because a lot of small businesses will have to close up because they cannot compete with big box stores. So your local pet shop and your local shoe store repair and all these small businesses cannot compete with these big entities, and that's why you're seeing all this vacancy. Part of the reason that I've gotten involved is because a lot of your residents here in Southfield shop with us, and they've actually contacted us directly. And they can do that because we don't have a public relations firm. You know, we don't have people in suits that are middlemen between us and our customers. We are transparent business owners that people can talk to directly. It's also rare that there are small family businesses left in the city. And so I mention that because, you know, we are just as much part of the community as the people that shop with us.
And so if they are concerned about their neighborhood, we are concerned for them. There's a Myers, a Home Depot, and a Target already within a few miles of 12 miles of Southfield. Who really needs another big box store? So zoning that property to become a B3 zone will only allow for one more big entity that we have absolutely no need for. You know, when it comes time to vote, we urge you to consider the existing small businesses and the potential future businesses that would probably love to open but would never, ever take the chance of starting a small business down the street from a Walmart because they simply could never compete. So thank you for the chance to speak, and we urge you to vote no.
Please help Ms. Jefferson.
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
I thought I said.
I get that all the time. Hi, my name is Claudia Jefferson. I live in Radford, Michigan, which is about 2.5 miles from the Lonely store on Melville in Plymouth. I lived in my home about 17 years, so I was there when the Walmart was at 96th and Middlebelt. And since they've, few short years, they moved down the road to Plymouth and Middlebelt, where the old Wonderland Mall used to be. The Walmart sits well off the main road. However, they built along with that a Target and a few other base stores that are closer to Middlebelt. Since that time, I've noticed that accidents have been elevated on that corner. I myself, in the past few years, have witnessed 3. I drive through and shop in Southfield frequently, and the site where the Walmart is proposed, with the traffic already in chaos, I think a Walmart store wouldn't fit and would actually create more chaos. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shanky. All right. Then I'll call Lenny Yee, or Lily Yee. Kay Hallinan, Elizabeth Foote, and Sabrina Helly are the next 4 speakers. And we didn't have, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Okay.
We did this last time. I should fly up.
All right.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Lawrence. Well, he led Bong Monkey 20130 Winchester. It runs parallel to 12-mile road and 11-mile road. It would be like 11.5-mile road. It's a mile long. It dead ends on Lasha and Evergreen. I'm sorry for the Boston accent. I haven't lost it yet. There's a traffic light at both ends, and Winchester runs straight. There are no curves, no nice laceability kind of dead ends and all that. It goes straight, shot from Evergreen, Lathrop border, to Lasha, where it ends up at the Stevenson School. There are 2 traffic lights. The speed limit is 25 miles per hour. Once the speed trap was set there, it caught 30 cars within 20 minutes. The poor man had to line them all up because they go by at 40 miles per hour.
Speak to the rezoning, please.
Okay, well, this is important. It's because of Edmund being right at the opening of the thing. I think it's a poor rezoning. It should be dead-ended. Okay, now let's cut to the chase. Here's something positive. You've been hearing all kinds of negative stuff. There's a wonderful, wonderful 15-story building. It's not a skyscraper. It says IBM on the top. I drive by it often. It's a beautiful, beautiful, I know its history. It was bought January 15th. And I'm going to read what I got from the eccentric. Southfield Center, the regional headquarters of IBM, is a 15-story Class A office building located on 9 Mile Road near Northwestern Highway. Southfield Chamber of Commerce holds its entrepreneur innovation seminars here. Local businesses learn wonderful networking and expansion skills. And I go back to the purchase on January 15th. Real Ventures Southfield Center LLC, which is a Farben Group entity, bought Southfield Center for an undisclosed amount. After the planned renovations, Farben Group soon expects 100% occupancy. Right now, it only has 50%. That is positive news. That is vibrancy coming to town. That is new business coming to town. That's what we have to aim for. The president, Andy Farben, is a family business of this commercial real estate firm. Can you hear me? I'm not standing right. Located in Southfield, sees tremendous potential in Southfield Center. Some of this is my words, some of this is papers. As it is situated near several major roadways, which is why I moved where I was. Walmart, here's where it does uses cost-effective nonprofit LLC entities too, as it purchases properties that later sometimes becomes tax-free. That's its place. This is the positive side. Now, this is regarding the rezoning. The parking at St. Bede's parking lot is short. The parking space is needed for a superstore. It lacks needed depth. It even has to have variance for permission from Mr. Crowe to get there, be there. Well, if a car has to, if there's a short space to leave the building, it's likely to have to shoot out onto Southfield Road. I think the police are going to have a lot of traffic problems, but who knows? I think Southfield municipal officials should stop worrying over empty parking lots and empty buildings. They need to focus on revitalization efforts to attract vibrant new industries, like the Farben, because they're known for taking the building and fixing it up. We need people like that. They need to they need to become more sensitive to homeowners and small businesses' concerns. They need to retain a stable, prosperous community. All Southfield municipal departments seem to be doing so much more with less resources. Police Chief Hawkins, Fire Chief Rowley, and Code Chief Witkowski are amazingly employing innovative ways to stretch the resources that they have even further. I think they do a marvelous job. Okay, real fast. Council Chief Siver is immediately spearheading and telling you to shut up novel efforts towards communication with citizens. Okay? So finally, residents are gainable council. Wonderful job, Mr. Siver.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
So it's a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Helen,
Hi, my name is Kate Halonen. I live actually you made the better pronunciation. I anglicized it. I live in Southfield, in the John Gray community on Point Siena, 21801 Point Siena. My family and I have lived in Southfield now for 22 years. We've never felt we made a mistake. That this is a community that's vital, it's meaningful, it's diverse, and it's encouraging. I do, however, have to speak out today in opposition to the change of the D3 status for a couple of reasons. One is not because I'm opposed to big box developments. I like them, and I think big boxes and little boxes could live together. We do that in preschool all the time. We put big boxes and little boxes together. There's a way of doing it. But what I do feel very strongly about is that the big box store I happen to like is Costco. And that's because they pay their workers a fair wage. It's because they allow for unions, and it's corporate responsibility. Three things are extremely important to me in any kind of an organization. But I have to say to myself, if Costco were who is at dispute right now, if that's who we were arguing about, would I support Costco on the corner of 12 Mile and Southfield? No, I wouldn't. As much as I respect much of their corporate policies, I could not do that.
And the reasoning had to do with words that sounded a little bit abstracted to me all the time: intensity, density, and traffic. Okay. And so I tried to really figure out what those words meant and how it would impact the community that we love so much. Number one, the traffic really makes a lot of sense to me in terms of being concerned about it. I happened to look up today on the internet, which is a wonderful tool for anybody that wants to find out anything they want to find out. Where were the intersections that have the greatest number of accidents? Well, guess what? Southfield 12 miles is number 2. It's all along the 12-mile road. Telegraph is a little bit higher, which is where we're closer to. And Telegraph also at that corner has much shopping development, including the Myers, which I go to. But I realized that part of the problem there is that the road was never wide enough to really allow for traffic flow on 12 Mile and Telegraph, which indicates to me that probably 12 Mile Southfield is going to have a lot of difficulty. We are already second in terms of accidents. That's not something I take lightly. Secondly, in my family, I have a member of my family that works as a first responder, and he was telling me the other day that the whole 12-mile corridor, we talk about the east-west corridor, is really difficult for first responders to deal with, because when you have an accident, there is nowhere to go. And what he was saying that really that from Orchard Lake to Southfield, that if there were medians in which you could move accidents out of the way, that would really make a lot of sense. But how do you do that if you don't expand the road? And how do you build a large building like Walmart or Costco in that area and actually begin to look out for the health and safety of our families? The other thing, my granddaughter went to Southfield Lathrop. She reminded me that there's many young kids learning how to drive on 12 Mile and Southfield. And that it's not a light matter. It is that you have inexperienced drivers, you have drivers who are just learning, and sometimes think they know everything, and they can take shortcuts. She said, why would you want us all congested in there around the Walmart? We'd really be trouble, she said to me. The last thing is, and I'm very concerned about this, for any of you who have had children or family members who really suffer from asthma, and trying to watch a kid catch some breath, this is where density comes into me. It is the density of the traffic and the carbon and the emissions that are going to come from traffic, the neighborhoods that we are endangering. As a result of that, I don't want to have to worry about a child not being able to breathe, because we have added to that traffic in such a way that maybe we've solved the tax problem, but we haven't solved the human problem. What I want to conclude with is to say that I do think this is a wonderful expression of democracy. I really thank you for the democratic process. I think the question of building a Walmart in many ways has some life and death issues in it when we think about the endangering of children, traffic accidents, people trying to move through the center of it all, which Southfield really is. And now I'm hoping that the council will really express their sentiment for the common good, for looking out for all the people of Southfield, and for recognizing that together we really can come up with use for that place, but not one that endangers our families and our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Foote?
Council member and mayor, thank you so much for this chance to come up and express my concerns with this proposed project. I appreciate the situation that you're in, having to make such a difficult decision. I live very near this intersection of Southfield Road and 12 Mile Road, and I'm aware that something needs to be done with this property in question. It definitely lacks aesthetic appeal. While I understand that this particular option would be lucrative for the city in the very short term, I firmly believe this is not the best long-term solution. This area is residential. Surrounding this property are homes, one of which is mine. I strongly believe that if you allow rezoning of this magnitude in this area and allow the proposed Walmart to move in, you degrade this residential field. I think if each of you examined your residential neighborhood, you would agree that you wouldn't want a supercenter box store to move in. I think it's very unfair to all of us who live in this area to change the zoning. As you know, if that happens, property values decrease, you get less tax money, and it motivates many families to leave. And I think we can all agree that's not in the best interest of the area. On top of this, the traffic is unmanageable. Making a left-hand turn off of my street of Lathrop at certain times of the day is very, very difficult. I can't imagine this with increased traffic. Even though I know much less about city planning than each of you do, I do know that what growing and succeeding communities are doing is creating walkable communities. If you add this project, that completely eradicates any hope of this in our area. My daughter is from Southfield Christian Preschool, and being somewhat of an exercise enthusiast, I've attempted to bike her there from my house, which is just a short 2-mile road. In the morning, trying to cross Southfield Road at the 12-mile and Southfield crosswalk is a complete hazard. After trying it one time, I was so rattled that I haven't tried it again. Imagine doing that with increased traffic. Before you have a student that's walking home or walking to Southfield Laker High School, before you have my daughter in a bike carrier, before you have any pedestrian killed crossing that crosswalk, we need to decrease traffic, not increase it. I've heard that people in favor of this project argue that it would increase jobs. This argument seems particularly shaky to me. On top of that, what of the jobs of the employees that currently work at Target, that work at Myers, that work at Home Depot, that work at Kroger? I mean, we are saturated with supercenter box stores. You bring this store in, it's going to force those stores to possibly lay off employees or maybe even close. We don't need a Walmart in this area. As I've done some research on what community planning activists are trying to achieve, I keep running across the phrase sense of place. I found one website, Building a Better Burb, that asks what makes some areas a desired destination and others best forgotten. It's often a combination of factors, including accentuating the physical beauty of the location, great streetscapes, preserved historical locales, walkability, and a vibrant mix of stores. But first and foremost, it's a community that has a sense of who they are and what they want to be. I believe that we need to have a sense of who we want to be, and a Walmart in my residential area does not fit into that scenario. I strongly urge you to vote no on the C3 rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Heller, before you begin, come to the microphone. Ms. Heller, come to the microphone. But before you begin, let me call the next name. Max Terrio, Daniel Moravian, Sharon Myers, and Jerry Rutherford. All right, Ms. Heller, the podium is yours.
My name is Sabina Heller. I live at 29450 Lenore Drive in Southfield. I have lived at that location since 1966, which may make me one of the oldest residents in Southfield. I feel bad being here because I feel like maybe I may be a minority of one, and I'm wondering maybe I should just leave at this point, but I did come, and I think I speak the voice of reason. I've been involved in Southfield, the city and so on, and I think I have its best interest at heart. I thought of Southfield as being the center of it all, and all these years I heard there was a lot of yearning to have a downtown in Southfield. I think the arrival of Walmart on Southfield Road is the closest thing that would bring us there. We have already 2 big anchor stores, and like Home Depot, and I understand that those stores have elicited as much objection and fighting as the current intention of Walmart to come to Southfield. People were protesting all over that this will be the ruination of the city, and nobody now protests because these stores are very much liked by everybody. So why don't we look at Walmart with a fresh look and start looking for reasons not to have it come here? I hope that this is going to be a welcome back, and I am grateful to Walmart. Many bad things are being said about that company, but let me point out that Buffett, the billionaire that everybody admires for his generosity, and even, President Obama considers him an asset to this country, he decided to put a huge amount of his assets into Walmart. So Walmart cannot be that bad. And when people object to Walmart, let them remember this area, assuming Walmart doesn't come, will not stay empty. Other businesses will come. What makes you think that the others will be better? Will there be more gasoline stations? We don't need them. Will there be small stores? We love small stores, but some of them are fly-by-night. And I don't believe that Walmart will make everybody run away. A downtown area is usually made up of some large stores and many small stores. People come come, shoppers come, they walk out of Walmart, and they look at the small cafe across the street, and maybe an Oriental grocery across another street. I don't believe that Walmart will be to the detriment of Southfield. I think it will be a good addition. And like the little boy with the finger, trying to stack a flag, I may be the only one here, and maybe the smallest one from all of you, and maybe one of the oldest ones. But I think I speak the voice of reason. Thank you very much for your vote.
Thank you, Ms. Heller. Mr. Terrio.
You hate me.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, honorable members of council, Madam Mayor. Let me first say that I did not attempt to call anybody on council. I did not send any emails to anybody on council. I'm sure you have been bombarded deliberately by special interest groups trying to pressure you into making a decision for what they want. It's the usual suspects. Unions, religious institutions, and others who all have a hand in this are behind this organized, well-organized and orchestrated campaign to pressure you to sway your opinions. Now, personally, I think council has already made their decision one way or another, and then you're on. But I would like to get my 2 cents in here. Now, I truly understand I am well outnumbered tonight, but that doesn't bother me. Let's look at some facts. We need Walmart. We desperately need money. Our forecast financially looking down the road is bleak at best. If you do not approve Walmart, what's in line for us property owners? Another millage increase? Where is the money going to come from? So, in effect, a vote against Walmart is a vote to raise our taxes. There's no other way. The arguments against Walmart are the same that were made against Target, against Home Depot. It's the same story. Traffic, crime, small business. I don't know that we have a crime wave taking place at Target. I don't know that we have a crime wave taking place at Home Depot. Where is the crime in this community happening? We didn't put a police station at Northland because it was so safe. Walmart will not be contributing to crime. Why do I say that? First of all, they will not be selling $500 sneakers. They will not be selling $1,200 Cartier eyeglasses. They will not be selling high-end gold jewelry, etc. What they will be selling is things that people use in their everyday lives at reasonable prices. We truly need a big name to come in and solidify that corner. So what happens if you turn Walmart down? Who's waiting in the wings? Churches. Now, bless their soul, even I have been known to go to church now and then. But it is not a tax-paying entity. This is not what we need at this time. There is no shortage of churches in Southfield, believe me. They complain about what Walmart pays. Detroit Free Press, full-time job, $12.57. Detroit Free Press. Southfield Eccentric, they clipped out one ads for the last 2 issues. You can get $9, you can get $7.61, you can get $8.50, you can get $9.25. I don't see these same people protesting, going up and down Southfield to the gas stations, the beer and wine stores, you name it, complaining about are plenty of people, believe it or not, who want a part-time job. You have seniors, students. This would be a great entry-level job. These jobs are not designed to support the hypothetical family of 4. If you want a good-paying job, take a business administrating course and apply for a management position. They'll be happy to have you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me just quote Alan Sinai, Chief Global Economist and Advisor to Presidents. Quote, Obamacare costs are pushing companies to load up on part-timers. Unquote.
And your time is up.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Terrio. Mr. Moravian?
Council, Mayor, thank you for letting me speak. I just want to say that I am against the rezoning at the B3 level. I think there are many, many reasons to oppose this, but my main objection at this point is that it is a bit too much of a project for that corner. As I was canvassing this weekend with a petition, I have not been involved in any other problems or protests or whatever you want to call it, or issues before council in the past. But this one speaks to me because I live a couple miles away from it. The intersection is terribly overloaded as it is, and I would love to see, let me tell you something, I'm a construction worker, and I would love to see a business there. I'd love to see a new building there. I mean, I could possibly build it. However, this is too much to that corner. I have a neighbor, as I was walking around my neighborhood, I want to say that every single person that I actually spoke to face-to-face, bar one, signed the petition. And I don't know what his objection was, but I did tell him about the meeting tonight if he wanted to speak. One of the neighbors, Mr. Wheeler, said he would sign it simply because he doesn't have a car anymore, and he said he can barely cross that intersection as it is. He takes his life into his hands every time he does. Basically, I would love to see something go in there, and there is a group of us who have been talking, and we are very willing to get together and actually put our own time in to canvass other businesses, to find something that would go in there that would fit the property better, that would be less density, and that would have less impact on the traffic. As far as I understand, the county road commission will not be able to get to that intersection for 5, maybe 10 years. It's a mess. If you want people to go around the center of Southfield, that's what you're going to get. If that's the center of it all, that's the center of our city, that's the heart of our city. We want it to be a giant, huge box right up against the road where nobody can get to it or get away from it unless they make an incredible effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moravian. Sharon Myers?
Thank you, Council President, Council members, and Honorable Mayor Lawrence. I am the business manager at Church of the Transfiguration. Rezoning and ultimate sale of the St. Eve property is critical to allow the only Catholic church in Southfield to continue to serve the residents and community of Southfield. This property has been vacant for more than 5.5 years and has limited interest in it. I urge you to vote for the B3 rezoning of this property.
Thank you. Ms. Ruggles, before you begin, let me call the next set of people up. David Bullock, Elisa Stanfield, Uni Rose, and Judy Brown. You may begin.
Good evening. I live on Rock Creek. It's the first through street west of Southfield Road between 12 and 13, that goes 12 and 13. Every time there's a significant congestion on Southfield Road, traffic increases on Rock Creek, with many of the drivers going over the speed limit and disregarding stop signs. And I live right at the stop sign, so I see it happen. Rezoning the corner at 12 and Southfield to B3 will increase congestion and negatively impact my street and our neighborhood. Please do not change our neighborhood from a community to a large commercial center. We need to expand our OS, B1, and in that process, please vote no.
Thank you. Mr. Bullock?
Good evening to Council President, to council members, to Mayor Brenda Lawrence, to citizens of the City of Southfield. My name is David Bullock, and I give leadership to the Greater St. Matthew Baptist Church in Highland Park and the Bethany Baptist Church in Detroit, and also serve with the Rainbow Push Michigan, which is a social justice organization. I'm here tonight to stand in solidarity with many who are urging you to vote no, but I also stand as a long-time former resident of Southfield. I actually grew up in Southfield, Michigan, and came of age in this city. And my father, Dr. Samuel H. Bullock, lives in Southfield still. And talked to him tonight and told him about the meeting, so he asked me to come and share on behalf of our official affiliations, but also on behalf of him as well, and thank you again for this opportunity. You've heard the concerns. We simply want to reiterate them, that this project is too dense, too intense, and too big. I want to focus on the traffic issue primarily as I think about my father, and he's up in Flagstaff, and depend many times for his life and livelihood and our ability to get to him. His ability to get to us, as well as the emergency responders, if that is the case, to get to him. I'm very concerned about traffic on 12 Mile in Southfield. I'm very concerned about accidents as well, as I think about my brother who also lives in Southfield and his new son, Carson Alexander Bullock. I'm concerned about traffic and the tendency for there to be a rise in accidents. And so we urge you to vote no, but not only that, think about the density. I think Kay expressed it very well. You think about some of the other externalities of a project like this as it relates to the environment and the ecological effects that might be devastating as it relates to people who have asthma and how that might affect them. I think about my goddaughter, Tanisha Shepherd, who struggles with asthma as well and spends a lot of time in Southfield with Sam Bullock, my father, and Sam Bullock, my brother. And so again, as we think about traffic and the size of this project and the effects to the environment, we urge you to vote no. I'll close with this. I know this proceeding is particularly about the zoning, but we must also think about the moral implications of any decision that we make. Walmart just does not make sense for Southfield when we think about its business model, when we think about its track record with minorities, think about its track record with workers. Walmart is not a win for Southfield. So we urge you to vote no. We urge you to make a decision tonight that I believe will be a very courageous decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rose? Good evening.
Good evening to all of you. I have to wait a second, if you don't mind. I have lived in this community for 40 years. When many of my friends and neighbors moved northwest from here, I stayed put. Why? Because Southfield means everything to me. It means the world to me. I serve on our library board, thank you, Madam Mayor. I work with our students at the field zone, thanks to everybody who put that together. I read in our schools. I've been told I'm the one that reads the most in those schools because I love our babies. I'm a proud member of the Dr. Martin Luther King Task Force here in Southfield. So as such, when I see something, when I see a mistake about to happen to my city, I must act. I'm so sorry, Terry. I know that this land has been left to rot for many years. I know that the diocese has been able to live there tax-free. I also know that as the economy has begun to revive, however slowly, thinking people can afford to wait just a little bit before they make any bad decisions. Panic is not an option. I can only talk about the horrible congestion, the noise, and unnecessary commercial use to this neighborhood. As been spoken before, it has been mentioned, we have a Home Depot, we have a Target, right up the road a piece from this location. Target is remodeling now, putting in fresh produce and groceries for this stretch of the land. I shop at Myron. Great store. It's a great store. If council really wants to unload this property and rezone to commercial, why not think outside the box, no pun intended, and invite developers and financiers here in our city to do what the Dan Gilberts are doing in Detroit, and that is to build innovative, complete streets. You know that line, complete streets? We've heard it over and over again. Complete streets, new restaurants and shops to attract the young corporate workers and their families who work here but live somewhere else. I know we have developers with fertile minds. Let's put them to work for us. Why settle for less? Why ruin this neighborhood? Why ruin Southfield? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Stanfield? Ms. Stanfield?
I will not speak.
Are you passing?
Yes.
Okay. Then Judy Brown? Passing, all right. Then we'll have Dwight Smith. Yes. Carl Penderaki. Rachel Thompson. Carl? Come on up. Rachel Thompson, Oliver Thompson, and Marlene Maven. Go ahead.
I'd like to thank the City Council for this opportunity to express my opinion. I'll give you a little bit of my background because I think that's what formed my opinion. I moved to City of Southfield in 1964, shortly from Birmingham. I was formerly a resident of Detroit. I started 3 schools in the school district of Birmingham, and as you know, part of Birmingham is in Southfield. I was Groves High School's first football coach, first athletic director. I did that only for 3 years. Unfortunately, I lost 3 games in 3 years, and they bumped me up to the central office, and I sort of missed coaching. But I still, at close to 79 years of age, I have 13 jobs. I still officiate 5 high school sports. I announce boys and girls basketball. I provide officials for many of the local school districts in the area, including Birmingham, Country Day, Royal Oak, and things of that nature. Now, what I see tonight reminds me of when I first moved into the city of Southfield. This is before we had Target, before we had Home Depot, and I was really an opponent of Target. I was an opponent of Home Depot. I can remember early in the year where the Home Depot property was a giant dump, and I thought, well, there would be a mistake. There were going to be bound to be some problems there. I really don't think those problems developed. I think we had less traffic. I think the people that are concerned about traffic are probably correct. We'll get more traffic. But I do believe that the Walmart facilities that presently exist around these areas that were earlier mentioned have no better road services than we do here in Southfield. I truly believe that. I do think that the number of people that would be hired locally would be a very plus thing. Them hiring people from the city of Southfield. I keep on thinking the number of businesses that have moved from, for example, McDonald's, because of those zoning facilities that were restricted from improving their parking lot in Beverly Hills. They moved to Southfield where they could have a nice parking lot, a good facility. They're making much more money than they did at Beverly Hills. I think the city of Southfield has an awful lot to offer, and I'm one of the, probably the few here. And as I look and listen to these kind of people, I understand that's what our whole nation is going through. And it's almost like 50-50. I try to talk to the people in my neighborhood. I've been president of Cranbrook Sub-6 since 1990. I'm also president of the Cottage Owners Association on Burt Lake Township, third largest lake in Michigan. And I look at why businesses succeed, and I think the city of Southfield has that opportunity to improve on their budget and take. I was a former member of St. Pete's Catholic Community. Now I have to travel a mile and a half away to Our Lady Queen of Martyrs, but I really believe that would be an excellent place to place a building like Walmart. I think it's one of the very few places that are large enough in the city of Southfield to handle that kind of a business. Thank you for your vote, whatever it may be.
Thank you. Dwight Smith is next. He passed, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, then Rachel Thompson. Next person.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I have lived in Southfield for 18 years, and I'm a thrown stone away from the proposed Walmart. I oppose the building of the Walmart superstore. It would attract a high volume of traffic at a location that's already impassable at certain hours. Projections say the traffic would double at the corner of 12 Mile in Southfield. That would not enhance home ownership in that area. Walmart has the effect of driving out existing small businesses, many of whom have struggled for years to build their businesses in Southfield and have been loyal as well. It seems that we only need to look at the city's comprehensive master plan to see that contradiction of this proposal has been made. How does adding an employer whose employment thrives on expression of incentives and opportunities fit into its plan? How does increasing the number of high-skilled and high-wage jobs in Southfield fit into this master plan? It does not. How does the same action encourage larger upscale housing opportunities? Certainly by not attracting the workforce that Walmart will provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Oliver Thompson.
That's my wife, so I can say what she said, but I won't. When I came to Michigan 43 years ago, to own a house in Southfield was something to strive for. It became a reality for my wife and I 18 years ago. We enjoyed the transition. We were proud to become Southfield residents. Over the past 5 years, I've personally witnessed the construction of a minimum of 5 Walmarts. 2 here in Michigan, 2 in Mississippi, 1 in Tennessee. In every case, the locations have been far removed from the traffic center that we're proposing this location. If you look at the Pontiac Trail office in Commerce Township, look at the one at 7 Mile of Middle Belt, which is formerly the shopping center there. In every case, those stores are placed far, far away from the traffic centers, and that's also true for stores that I've mentioned to you in other states. I think that what we're considering doing here is to place this into a microcosm that this really should be spread out further. I don't know if this question was asked, but it keeps coming to my mind is why was North End considered? There's a 1.4 million square feet of land available there, most of which is way underutilized. Holding on to the thriving of Macy's to hold on. Without that, there'd be nothing here. That should be a consideration. I did hear revelation though tonight. I heard that there would be 300 good jobs, 300 career opportunities, 300 jobs where an entry-level person could strive to a better job making $50,000 to $75,000. I didn't know that about Walmart. You know, I'm thrilled to know that. The impression I have of Walmart is, you know, paying their workers less than $9 an hour, scheduling them 5.5 hours a day. For 6 hours, they qualify for a lunch break. I won't echo the traffic impact, the business impact, the crime impact. I will say that from my front door, I can look at what the proposed wall to Walmart will be. And I do not believe that will be an enhancement to my property values of that of my 87 nearest neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nathan, before you begin, let me call up the next set of people. Roz Fagan, Brianna Parker, Patricia Maxwell, and Marilyn Gripper. You may begin. Good evening.
Good evening. Greetings, I'm Maria and City Council. I thank you for this opportunity. I have been a resident of Southfield for the last 34 years, since I was drawn here by beautiful neighborhoods and exemplary school systems in a city that celebrated diversity. In addition, it is stable, responsible, and effective city government. I raised 4 children here who were products of the Southfield school system and became very successful in their fields of study. I continue to celebrate the many attributes of my city, and 34 years later, I am just impressed that even now, on my city's webpage, it notes, and I quote to you, many Southfield neighborhoods are tucked away in quiet enclaves that are just minutes away from major highways, yet surrounded by mature trees and abundant natural beauty. End of quote. I continue to be impressed by Southfield's dedication to its neighborhood. I do understand the need for commercial development as it pertains to the viability of our city. However, I implore my city to continue to be selective and sensitive to the impact on our greatest jewels in Southfield, and that is our neighborhoods. I have never heard anyone say that they wanted to move to Southfield because of big box development. Everyone that I have heard that wanted to move to Southfield wanted to move there because of its neighborhood. I live in Cranbrook Village. We are directly adjacent to this development. I live in an area that is surrounded by Rock Creek and Westbrook Parkway. These are the 2 streets that already are the catch basins for the cut-through traffic. And it's a very serious problem at this point, one that has not even been addressed. But I observe it day in and day out, as anyone in that subdivision does. We want to make Southfield a walkable city. What I would like to address is not the vehicular traffic that I've heard all the studies on, but what about the pedestrian traffic? That area is surrounded by a lot of pedestrian traffic. We are flanked on one side of Southfield Road by Southfield Lake, on 12 Mile Road by Southfield Lake High School, where students cross Southfield Road multiple times a day, not at crosswalks or at lights. Right on the other side of 12 Mile is Bussy, where school buses are in and out all day. Just east of Southfield Road on 12 Mile is Crescent Academy. There are many students who walk these routes consistently throughout the day. I see them. I have been at our bus stops, our Southfield bus stops in that area. There are 2 bus stops that are flanked by 3 intersecting streets and 3 stop signs in addition to a slow children sign. On another street, there are 4 stop signs at 3 intersecting streets. People do not even slow down at those stop signs, much less stop. I have stood there with my grandchild's hands held tightly and hoping that other children do not playfully run into the street because cars drive through there 40 and 50 miles an hour, completely ignoring all stop signs and all warnings. How much more is this density of this plan going to increase the safety of our residents and children? Our subdivision is a quiet neighborhood where children play. A lot of them, will be riding their bikes in the streets because we're a subdivision that only has sidewalks in many cases on one side of the street. We have a lot of seniors in our area that are walking their dogs. Kids are out on their skateboards. I implore you to think about the pedestrian traffic, not just the vehicular traffic. I ask you to consider voting no for the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maven. Next, we have Rob Fagan. Good evening.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I'm Rob Fagan. I've lived in the Cranbrook subdivision for about 37 years now. I also owned a condo at Lake Chateau, and I owned a business for 40 years in Southfield. My office is on the corner of Mount Vernon and Southfield Road. Speaking of traffic, and I'm opposed to B3 zoning, and I know so very well about the traffic. Every evening, when I'm prepared to leave at 6 o'clock, my business partner will go to the front door of our building and check the traffic to advise me as to which direction to take home. And most of the time, I had to bypass Southfield Road because it's backed up from Mount Vernon to 12 Mile and beyond. So traffic is really an issue. For years, I've been snaking through Laker Village to get to my home. And when I'm leaving my home, I snake through the Cranbrook subdivision to get to Southfield Road. I avoid a 12-mile corner. I have avoided it for 37 years because it's so busy. And I've been a victim of traffic problems there. I've been hit twice. Once when I'm trying to creep from the Laker Village Street to get onto 12 Mile. And I'm a very good driver. I was trying to make a left onto 12 Mile Road, and courteous drivers stopped to let me go through. And then someone decided they didn't want to wait in that traffic line, so instead they were going to take the left turn lane, which led to no left turn because they were headed straight to Southfield Road, and they hit me. Another time I got hit at on 12 Mile at Evergreen. I'm sitting, waiting to make a left turn onto Evergreen, and a lady pulled out, trying to dart out into traffic when she found she had a chance, and looking to her right, and I'm sitting to her left, she hits me. Shortly after that, her husband called me into my office, and he said, I just want to know one thing. Was she drunk? And I said, yes. He said, that's all I need to know. So traffic is really a problem.
Redirect your comments to the rezoning.
Well, the rezoning, I'm against it. I'm against it because of traffic. I'm fearful not just for my safety, but as the lady before me spoke, there's children, there's so many children around there, so many schools, pedestrians. I mean, one of the planning committee members said, oh, Walmart is great, you can have seniors walking to Walmart to shop. Fat chance. If they should try to do that, well, it would be loved. But thanks for listening.
Thank you. Brianna Parker? Not here. All right. Patricia Maxwell?
Good evening, City Council.
Good evening.
I've been a Southfield resident for 20 years now. I guess I must admit, I love Walmart. I shop there all the time. I go there. If my husband's looking for me, he knows I'm at Walmart. Nevertheless, I think that that area where they want to move in is congested on that corner there. Comparing their prices, my husband retired from the military 20 years ago, so I do go to Selfridge a lot, and I do compare that to Walmart. Walmart is the closest price comparison compared to Selfridge. Myers and Target and all of those are a little pricey, so I do go to Walmart. However, that area is congested, and I would say to vote no. Maybe, I don't know if this was ever brought up, to maybe look at another site. We do have a big boxy area at Northland, which is the old JCPenney. You know, so maybe if yes on the new site and no on that corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Before you begin, let me just call up a few more people. Alfred Glenn, Kim Redigan, Stephanie English, Jose Torres, and Nancy Smith. You may begin.
Hey, good evening. My name is Marilyn Quicker, and I'm the president of the Pinewood Manor Homeowners Association. And on behalf of the residents of the Pinewood Manor subdivision, when we heard of this project, we took a poll of the residents, which consists of 223 houses. We're located east of Southfield Road at 13 miles, and the majority of the residents are opposed to this approval of the B3 rezoning that will pave way for Walmart to be at this location. As many have stated, traffic is a major concern for the residents. Just driving from 696 to 13 miles. It's a very congested area. And we know that with any business, traffic will increase. But this is a significant problem in that area. Another concern is safety and security. At one of the presentations, the Walmart representative stated that according to the Southfield police, this particular location was not a high-crime location. That's true today, but there are many studies that show when Walmart moves into a community that crime comes to that community along with it. There is also concerns about the aesthetics of that corner. We feel that 12 Mile and Southfield Road is a major thoroughfare for the city, and based on the proposal of that, the building for this particular site, we would see the back of the building with the bays facing 12 Mile, the side of the building facing Southfield Road. And that is not something that's something we want to view in terms of, you know, even with a fence and some shrubbery, you know, we want to think about what our city looks like. Many of us, as we purchased our homes, it was because of the location and the surrounding area. And we would like to appeal to you to consider the concerns and voices of the residents of the city. And we hope that you will take into consideration all of the factors in terms of what your decisions today will be and the impact that it will have on what this city will become tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Next we have Mr. Glenn, Alfred Glenn. Good evening. The floor is yours.
Council, I'd like to say when I initially moved into this area, I did an exhaustive search. The current location that we're looking at rezoning is directly within my backyard. Okay. I have a small
what do I really have to expect from this as far as the additional foot traffic around my home, around my children. I know that it's a big thing to bring more business into the city, but there are other parcels of land that are available. I've driven around and seen if the proposed site has been selected just due to visibility alone, what about the 8-mile location, 8-mile Greenfield location, where there's ample space, undeveloped space, and all they have to do with no demolition is just come in and build. It's more than enough street traffic. That's the perfect location. Can't figure out now. For the current parcel of land that's being requested, in hearing some of the other studies, I too would like to see some more innovative choices selected. So, thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Kim Reddick. And the floor is yours.
Honorable Council, Mayor, thank you for this opportunity. I come tonight as an outsider. I'm not a citizen of Southfield, but with great appreciation. I'm often in Southfield. I shop often in Southfield, and what a testament to democracy tonight, this entire process. So thank you, and I'll keep this very short. I really come tonight to share a message with you that I promised folks I would share. 2 summers ago, a small group of us engaged in a listening project where we walked on foot Grand River from downtown Detroit to Lansing. And we took our time. We sat in laundromats, we sat in cafes, we sat in churches, and we listened to people and just asked them, what do we need to do in the state of Michigan to make this a more vibrant community, to bring our people of this state together, not affiliated with any political party, but was simply there to listen. What we heard over and over and over again was these ubiquitous big box stores are killing our towns. And when you see the state on foot, you know, you really get a different perspective. Store after store after store boarded up, coffee shops with very few people in them. I mean, it was quite something to see. And the message, you know, and we'd ask, what do you want us to take back? When we get back to the Detroit area, what do you want us to say? And we heard over and over, build local, buy local. Not that there isn't a place for big box stores, but it has to be an integrated economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. English? Good evening, the floor is yours.
Stephanie English, thank you for the opportunity to speak and giving us an open forum. January 14th was the last meeting that I attended. We still had an opportunity to speak, and I spoke on my concerns regarding the rezoning. I just want to reiterate quickly that I do not believe that the RA code for St. Bede right now should be rezoned to a B3 status. I am always and have been coming to the podium pro-business. I have shared with the community residents that came to my home and in the planning stages of this program that they were going to have to be visionary in their thinking and forward thinking that something was going to go on the corner. That eventually, because of the crime area, that we would have to know that that's going to change to possibly a B1, B2. But at the current condition of the intersection at 12 Mile and Southfield Road, the size and scope of the project, the proposed site plan for Walmart is too big. It's about a fit. I listened to Terry Crowe's education meeting. Intensity, traffic are key pieces to make your decision. The traffic, I've heard enough residents speak on it. I concur with their issues. I do call 12 Mile little 696 because it is always an alternate route when 696 is backed up.
I'm speaking fast because I want to share something. I spoke on January 14th about the government system becoming a more active revenue-generating system. On January 14th, we had the meeting. On January 15th, I contacted the corporate headquarters for the Dixon organization, which controls the movie theater at 9 Mile and Middlebelt. I did a cold call. I identified myself as Stephanie English, calling for the city of Southfield. I did lie. I didn't say from. I did say for. I actually reached an account executive from the Dixon organization to advise them of what was going on in Southfield. Basically, I just did what business development is about. I actually made a cold call. I presented a feasibility analysis to this particular organization, let them know what we had working, and would they be interested in possibly putting another movie location at that corner. My impact presentation actually advised them that Southfield is a sister city or touch city to the cities of Birmingham and Royal Oak. I advised them that Birmingham carries 2 movie theaters, a major chain, the Palladium, and then the smaller movie theater, the Birmingham 8. I advised that, again, a sister touch city, Royal Oak, carries the Imagine Theater property as well as the main theater. They were impressed with the fact that, yes, Southfield can also mirror this community to also have a primary player, which would be the Star Theater, and then, again, a small, independent, viable movie theater, and we would actually be in alignment with the benchmark of those 2 cities. Now, why I did this was to prove to you it can be done. You want us to trust you, I want you to trust us. There's a whole lot of little brains in this audience that are making up one big brain, and we're just asking you to be forward-thinking that this can be done. The only thing I didn't have at hand that I possibly could have gotten from the city is an estimate of what the tax infusion would be with that particular organization coming forward. But if I can do it for that company, I can get a list from the sectors that would be appropriate for a B2 project, and I'd be happy, as Dan said, over here in the corner, make a few cold calls for you and create a pipeline. I'm pretty sure there's other talent in this audience that would do so. There's been an email going around with a group of residents who are volunteering to actually be the business development or a business development team to assist you with bringing the companies forward. It's about fit. You guys are almost like Prince Charming in the Cinderella story. He had to go through all these ugly girls to find the right girl that fit the shoe. It's like a size 9 foot going into a size 6 shoe. You guys are Prince Charming. This Walmart front end is like the stepsisters. That's not the shoe. That's not the one you should marry. You're looking for Cinderella. So take the time and look for Cinderella. It's out there. Now, like I said, I will take the challenge on. I will approach Henry Ford or Beaumont since they are consolidating, and I will try to see if we can get a medical center on the corner, just as a benchmark, just as a test, and I'll let you know the results.
All right, next we have Jose Flores.
Good evening. Thanks for hearing. I'm here to ask you that you consider voting no on that B3. My reasons are I live at 135 Marshall Street, down the road, about a mile down the road. And my chiropractor is on 12 Mile. My wife's OBGYN is on 12 Mile. My dentist is on 12 Mile. You get the picture. I mean, everything we use 12 Miles. And traffic there is already horrendous, as we all know. It affects us. When you go to any one of those professional care specialists, not the best terms I use. I hate seeing the dentist. I'm just scared of it. But I ask that you not vote the B3 in. Something smaller. I mean, it's a huge scope. It's a huge building. I mean, a lot of traffic. Whoever, I don't know how it came to be, but you guys just rebuilt that road for 12 miles because it was bad. I thank you for that. You travel it. It's a smooth road. And it's a beautiful road. I'd like to see it stay that way. With all the delivery trucks and everything that Walmart will be having, or whoever, with a big business like that, it's a lot of semi-traffic. A lot of time to wait. Please reconsider not allowing that B3 to go in. I heard some of these, my fellow citizens here, elaborate on the electrical grid. Strikes close to home, that's what I do for a living. I'm a lineman, I work on these power lines. I don't know if you're well aware, but we just lost our little service center up at Star and Woodward. So now Edison doesn't have a service center there. Now we're coming in from Royal Oak, Pontiac, heaven forbid, Mount Clemens. If we get something to that size of a B3 business, that is gonna really put a cramp on our electrical grid out there. Our substations are so small right now because they were designed, 50 years ago for residential neighborhoods. Now everybody's, I myself, when I bought my place 20 years ago, about 10 years ago I put in a big old air conditioner. A lot of the neighbors are doing it. The business is coming in. We're at near capacity. We're just gaining ground. We put in some electrical apparatuses. So instead of a hard point fuse, instead of just blowing, now we're getting reflows so that we maintain our power. Something this huge, this big, it's going to draw 100, 200 primary amps on our system. What's going to happen then is we're going to have to crank the voltage up, or crank the capacity up on our reclosers, and what's going to happen is, at that point, to carry that additional power, current, to a big store, any store that size, it's going to burn our wire down. The fatality, virtually, as we all know, wires come down. They don't come down for no reason. They come down for bad connectors, overheated wires. So you see all the things, sometimes you look at a wire and it looks like rosary beads. That's because that wire has failed. When you put that much draw on our system out there, we're building disaster for our neighborhoods. Thank you, and I implore you, vote no on these.
Before you come on up, before you speak, let me call here several people. Craig Clemens, Diane Anderson, Kevin Sardisi, and Michael McInerney. Ms. Smith.
Good evening. I have been a resident of Southfield for 25 years. I very much enjoyed living here. I appreciate the diversity and the facility. And I did not intend to speak because I wrote 3 well thought out emails to you where I put everything on the line. But then I wanted to share something that happened yesterday. I have some petitions, and I took them around to some of my condo neighbors, and also to Market Fresh, one of our local grocers. At my condo neighbors, I found that every single one that I asked signed, except for one, but her husband signed. And at Market Fresh, I was just amazed that every single person was eager to sign. I didn't have anyone who declined. So I'm just saying that this area is very much against this. In particular, it's the zoning, the traffic. They said it's just too big for that corner. So that's basically my message. Thank you very much for listening.
Craig Clemens. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Craig Clemens. I live at 16500 North Park Drive, formerly 21759 Virginia. This is at Evergreen, Wash, or the 12-mile area. I want to first say thank you for having me. It was not my intention to come tonight. I didn't send an email, write any letters. I've been following this from afar, and my wife and I sat down for dinner the night. I said, "Here, we got to go. This is our last opportunity to voice our opinion." Well, I moved to Southfield back in 1989, and we moved here because of the diversity in the community. I mean, my wife and I took our last dollars. We bagged our lunches. We lived off of one salary so that we can move in this community. And it's not a decision we regretted. I wrote a bunch of 1989 that never looked back. I'm not saying nothing negative about Detroit, but it just speaks miles and miles of love for this city. And I'm asking you, please, do not rezone that area. I've raised 3 kids into this neighborhood, and I'm not moving. But I know that that area cannot support Walmart. And I'm here to tell you, I am not against Walmart. I am not against any business. But I'm just not for it in that location. And I know I heard the planning committee say that Walmart was designated, that that's the site for them. Well, since when does Walmart dictate what's best for our city? I'm imploring you, we elect you to vote our conscience. You are the voice of the people. Please vote our choices. Vote no for this freedom. Thank you.
Diane Anderson?
Good evening. I have made my ethical objections to Walmart well known to you in written submissions and at your previous meetings. So tonight I'm simply going to be saying no to B3 rezoning. The traffic issues have been well covered. I simply want to add, as a girl whose association with Lakewood Village goes back to 1951, when I was 2 years old, nonstop association, the widening of Southfield that people talk about will destroy the commercial center of Lakewood. So for that reason alone, I'm concerned about traffic. I'm also concerned about the density and intensity issues, but I've covered those. So instead, I want to give a call tonight to vote no, and ask you to be proactive and not reactive city planners. Over the past decade and a half, there have been numerous academic studies that have talked about the failure of the post-World War II urban sprawl planning model. That model of unlimited growth with no real direction gave us urban sprawl, it gave us cars with unending miles of highway with instead of viable public transport, and malls rather than workable downtown. And the failure of that model was becoming clear by the 1980s, just as the implementation stage of neoconservative economics was beginning to erode the middle class. It's not by accident that stories such as our beloved Jacobson's, founded in 1838, Hudson's 1881, Marshall Field's 1852, all disappeared in the first decade of the 21st century as the social class of customers they once served vanished on the altar of unregulated laissez-faire capitalism exemplified by the big box stores. The combination of the failure of the urban sprawl planning model coupled with the disappearance of the traditional middle class means that councils across America, not just Southfield, are faced with the task of reinventing what the concept of community is all about. The idea of endless consumer growth complemented a middle class with an ever-expanding disposable income is as antiquated a concept as the Model T which helped create it. Quiet enjoyment is a term with both commercial and legal definitions. It is of paramount importance, especially for councils in older neighborhoods such as Southfield, that residency in those neighborhoods continues to be attractive to its citizens, confident that their quiet enjoyment of their homes will not constantly be under threat by new development. Councils that succeed will be councils that redevelop and improve existing retail and office real estate rather than leaving that real estate to survive as best it can while councils pursue the hobby horse of development at any cost. Such an approach to development will require a regional approach. Southfield Council, at the least, should be working with councils in Lakewood Village and Beverly Hills to develop the Southfield corridor with a holistic approach, going from Mount Vernon all the way down to 14 Mile Road. By such a cooperative approach to planning, councils can avoid what is now a predatory approach of seeking to pit one city against another in a mad scramble for tax dollars. Recognizing that the St. Peter's site should be left a church, a use of the land far more in keeping with the amenity of the neighborhood in a commercial development in an area already saturated with retail and office space will send a positive message. Southfield Council will be indicating that it recognizes that a new century requires a new approach to civil governance. Thank you.
Evan Tarditi. I'm going to continue the Laker Village theme here.
Before you begin, let me just call for another couple of people in the room. By the way, to everyone, I really appreciate the decorum in the room, but I do want to note that we have 72 speakers. We have now gone through 36. There has been quite a bit of comments about traffic. You might want to, speed it up a little or cut it down, whatever, in the interest of time. Everyone that wants to speak will be heard, but I think we worked some of your points quite a bit. So, the floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, let's get one more people. Carrie James, Judith Youngberg, Billy Parrish, and Bill Lattimore. There's the floor.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm here to ask for you to vote no on B3 zoning. I believe firmly that that corner and that location is just too big of a box that's going to take up that much space and increase traffic, as we've heard. I will simply say, from a traffic standpoint, my wife and I moved to Laker Village 14 years ago. In my attempts to negotiate 12 in Southfield, that was when my beard turned gray. And I wasn't a man then, but nowadays I simply try to get to places like Market Fresh and some of the other local businesses that are extremely important to the area. And there's times when I've been sitting at that lake, I know everybody's had this feeling, and you see it change 3, 4, 5 times, that I wish I had the DeLorean from back to the future in 1985, so I can simply lift up and go over that traffic. So I'm done with the traffic part. I have nothing against Walmart. I do have an issue with that particular location. There are other places where Walmart could be. I don't believe that for 1 second. The plan to widen that road is going to fix that problem. There's simply too many traffic lights leading up to 12-mile road from both sides to keep the traffic flow going. I think that we're just fooling ourselves if we think that widening that road is going to help that situation. Also, someone mentioned earlier, is an aesthetic issue with the back of that building facing off 12-mile and the front facing off Southfield. It just does not make it very aesthetically pleasing at all. And at the end of all of this, I anticipate that you will see a decrease in property values overall. Someone touched on potential crime issue. There's a lot of statistics out there that would simply direct you to that support those facts. We do not, obviously, nobody in this room, I think, wants your property to decrease, but I anticipate that will happen. And I would just simply ask you that you take all of these things into deep consideration before you vote tonight. Thank you very much.
Carrie James.
Thank you.
Thank you. Myron Frasier. I've been a resident of Southfield for about 21 years now. I came to the city because of the cultural diversity here, the excellent school system, the library, and all the services that are provided to us in the city. I'm really concerned that putting a D3 rezoning at that St. D 12-mile site is going to actually make some of the things that we enjoy so much about our community go away. You asked us not, to go away from the traffic and everything, but all those issues are just going to take away from what makes this a neighborhood. Potential loss of businesses that could leave in the area is huge. We've heard from Market Fresh. I've talked to medicine cabinet pharmacies, very concerned. Save Lives, different places are very concerned about the store going in. To keep it short, I'm just really opposed to this corner period being put in as a B3 rezoning. I'm not opposed to a lower rezoning. I think there's many things that could go into that area that would really benefit this community and keep it a community and a neighborhood instead of a big box corner. Thank you.
Thank you. Billy Parrish.
I live at, my name is Luke Harrison, I live at 17550 Edwards Avenue. And by the way, that's just diagonally northeast of the Core American Bank, so I'm really right across the street from where the Walmart will be placed. In fact, Edwards Avenue, from what I can tell from all the drawings, is a direct route into the Walmart parking lot, the main parking lot. So I am heavily affected. But I'm here not only to represent myself, but to represent all of the neighbors I've talked to in the Beverly Villa area. I went out on Saturday and I talked with about 50 different residents, and they were all opposed to the Walmart being placed here or the rezoning, primarily because of the traffic. So I'm not going to talk about all the traffic issues, but I will get specific about Edwards Avenue. But let me say some other things first. I do shop at Walmart and many other big box stores. So I've seen the lay of the land. And what I've noticed about these big box stores is that they are, by design, and I suspect by design by the city and the city planners, placed away from residential areas, and they're usually on main streets without feeder streets that are residential. When I go to the Walmart that's in Troy or the Walmart that's in Livonia, they're on main streets with the main entrances on main streets. In this particular case, the design has the main entrance for Walmart being through and off of a residential street. And it is a residential street that many of you who are familiar know that Edwards Avenue is a through street connecting, in fact, it's the only through street between 12 Mile and 13 Mile Road that goes east and west that connects Greenfield Road and Southfield Road. As a result, we get currently a lot of through traffic and cut through traffic and bypass traffic. Bypass traffic being the folks who come out come north on Lathrop Street and turn on Edwards to go and bypass the light at 12 Mile and Southfield Road, which is a problem right now. So we've got all of those issues because of the heavy traffic right now. To say that it's okay to add more traffic, the study needs to look at the peak time, because we are the neighbors who are concerned about the peak traffic, not the general traffic all throughout the day. So there's a difference between a Walmart at 12 Mile and 13 Mile Road. Some folks talked about the Target and the Home Depot. Both of those locations have access from the main street, no access from a residential street. Major difference in the construction proposed for the Walmart site. Now, the danger that we have on Edwards is really serious. There have been people killed and people injured on Edwards at Pierce in vehicle accidents. That's serious. People killed and people injured in vehicle accidents on a residential street, almost unheard of, but at Pierce and Edwards. Now we have the Vandenberg School as a feeder for traffic. We've got the cut through, and we've got everything else going on there. But let me talk to you about this personally, how difficult it is, because we have people speeding through. A few years ago, my granddaughter and I walked out to go to our mailbox, which is across the street on the south side of Edwards. We looked left and right, because I'm teaching them to look left and right. No cars in sight. We walked across the street. By the time we walked across the street and got to the mailbox, my granddaughter chose to walk in front of the mailbox, and I just had to notice it because I thought she was on my right side. There was a pickup truck that was traveling 50 to 60 miles an hour going west on Edwards, missed her by inches, mere inches. If it had hit her, it would have dragged her all the way down to the corner of Edwards and Southfield Road, and she would have been dead. That's the kind of traffic situation that we have on Edwards Avenue. And regardless of what it's saying, if Walmart goes there, we're going to have more traffic on Edwards than we have right now. In fact, it will be an exponential increase in traffic because the patrons at Walmart will very quickly realize that Edwards is a way to bypass the congestion at 12 Mile and Southfield Road. And so all of the residents in the Beverly Villa area are saying they don't want the additional headache, the additional traffic. And so please vote no. And the road commission has said they want to fix this problem, but it's going to be in the future. Let's not make it worse right now. Let's not make it a death trap for our neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, we have Mr. Bill Lattimore. Mr. Lattimore, before you speak, I'd like to call a few more people in the queue. Anne Marie Harm, Oakland County Commissioner Janet Jackson, Geraldine Amato, and Andrew Warnkamp. I can't quite make out your name right. Good evening, Mr. Lattimore, and what for?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Honorable Council Mayor, Council Clerk, Corporate colleagues. I humbly come before you today as a citizen of the Green City and a former resident of the Cranbrook Village neighborhood, which adjoins this proposed project. I know my time up here is short, but I'd like to commend the members of this council and the city administration for bringing this city through the most difficult years that it's seen since its incorporation as a municipality. It was because this city was proactive. I heard that word earlier. It was because the city was proactive in executing a 5-year stabilization plan beginning in 2003, that this city still remains healthy and physically sound. I mention this item because although the petitioner has touted the potential of $100,000 in tax revenues that this store represents, these new dollars would not make or break this city's coffers. Either way, the fact of the matter is Southfield is in the black, not in the red, and still has a fund balance. And although additional revenue is always welcome, we, unlike other municipalities, are nowhere near being bankrupt. We are not desperate. This is not a do-or-die situation for Southfield. The petitioner's video shown a month ago of Rosemead, California, gave a poor and inaccurate comparison to our city as it tried to describe the need for their store. However, if a true needs assessment was actually done for Southfield, it would show that, unlike Rosemead, this is already a vibrant city, full of retail stores, restaurants, and merchants throughout its boundaries. Southfield, Michigan already has more retail shopping than most Oakland County suburbs, and is a destination for many others. I question the economic impact that this store will have at 12 Mile in Southfield. I'm concerned about the detriment that it may have on neighboring merchants. I am very concerned about the increase in additional traffic on an already congested Southfield road, that it could become overwhelmed and stagnant with this type of store at the proposed location. Also, from a public safety standpoint, the new influx of undesirable consumers that these type of discount stores seem to draw will increase the likelihood of various crimes in and around the property, as well as promote a decline in property values. The site plan revealed a design that is reminiscent of a correctional facility, with high walls and fencing on the 12-mile side. I think I know a little something about that. This clearly does not fit in. I had to throw that one in there. This clearly does not fit in with the current dynamic and infrastructure store. I believe that Southfield already has a multitude of retail stores and other businesses nearby that offer the same retail items that the petitioner offers. So there's no need for this type of store on this property. Therefore, I would ask that this honorable council deny the request to rezone this property by the petitioner. Thank you.
Then Commissioner, Oakland County Commissioner Janet Jackson. Okay. Then we have Geraldine Amato. Good evening, Ms. Amato.
Good evening. My name is Geraldine Amato. I think that the fact that there's 2 agenda items referencing this request from Charles Park, Walmart Real Estate Business Trust, on behalf of the owners, Michael Moran, Roman Catholic Archbishop of the Archdiocese of Detroit, and Nick and Lorna Abraham, owners of Southfield Common Shopping Center, to rezone, and then the next item goes into the site plan request of the same people. I think that's either ominous or propitious that you have already decided how you're going to vote tonight. Public comment is a mere ritual, and I note that the assignment editors of one of the broadcast networks, at least one of them, sent out their mercenaries to cover this issue, and there's a lot more important issues, as we well know, that are not covered on the controlled press these days, and reporters are not allowed to report on what they choose. They're assigned to report on what the master chooses. I would reaffirm all the negative comments made about the citing of this place for all the reasons stated, the traffic, the local business impact, pollution, congestion, noise, and I thought that some very well made comments about the electric grid should be paid attention to on a lot more issues than this one, but I doubt it's going to be paid much attention here. I believe if we were to really take foresight, there would be a moratorium on any further commercializing of any zoning in this area, period. This used to be a farming place at one time when we had control of our own food supply. Now we're going to have food shipped from China and thousands and hundreds of miles away where we have no direct control on its quality, not even if you shop at the health food stores. They say it's organic, USDA organic. Well, that's suspect as well. We are losing more and more control of every resource that intimately affects our health, our happiness, our safety, and yet we continue to roll down the road like we don't have any common sense about what we're doing. If we're going to rezone anything, we should be rezoning it back to what this place was before it became a commercial enterprise of the masters and overlords. We're under this private commercial jurisdiction, and there is an agenda to ruin us further. Small businesses are not welcomed. In the larger picture of the old British Empire's control, now they call them the globalists. We want an international economy where the locals have no say on whatever, on anything at the local level. And then once you take the guns away from the good people, there's no way even to fight back if they wanted to be an armed insurrection against those who are ruining us. We are being set up for ruin, and each incremental step, we have the mercenaries from Walmart. They don't own Walmart. The same people that own the institution of this government, the municipal corporation, the institution of the federal government, which is a corporate state, no longer accountable to the people, even though they play on TV and in the mass media, that they are really considering the will of the people. They are not. It's all staged and scripted like a Hollywood script. Same people that control the entertainment arena, control the campaign arena. That's why they have these teleprompters for the mouthpieces of the establishment to read. Their speeches are not even their own. Someone at their master writes them and they read them and they take the limelight, but they have no control of their own lives either. And increasingly, we will find ourselves without any resources to resist what's going on in this nation. We are being incrementally ruined. The economic situation which impels us to accept offers by such corporate entities as Walmart is set up deliberately to push us in the direction that the master wants us to go. Because we feel compelled to do what we're told if we want to survive financially, we're told. When actually we are being set up for ruin. Every last one of us in this room is being set up for ruin. And yet some of us think we're gonna make out on this one. We're not. This is another incremental step towards the destruction of this economy and the will of God. Any questions?
I called Andrew Bornkamp. I don't see him. He's not here. Then we'll have John Posner, Colleen Bassett, Sheldon LaFleur, pronouncing it correctly, and Derek Hightower. For speakers, Mrs. Posner. Ms. Bassett is coming. Then Sheldon after Ms. Bassett. And Derek Hightower. Good evening, Ms. Bassett.
Good evening. I support the rezoning to B3. I know other supporters of this rezoning uncomfortable to speak this evening. One gentleman indicated speaking tonight was not his cup of tea. Others felt intimidated by the intense media coverage. This city has been seized with a very unhealthy hysteria. Logical, analytical thinking as to what best promotes our city must be left to the city council members tonight. Strength of character by council is demonstrated by a focus on what is recommended by our planning department and our planning commission, what is compatible with the city's master plan, what revitalizes 12 Mile and Southfield Road, what generates taxes and jobs, and what respects the productive nature of commerce, a buyer and a seller who have reached agreeable terms for the sale of this property. There is a good deal of effective political bullying going on in our city. Vote against this rezoning, or you'll never sit on council again. Logic and a deep concern for our city would encourage our representatives to quickly welcome business. How will residents react to an increase in the blighted condition of St. Bede's, a boarding up of the property as time passes, impacting their property values? Officials may well receive complaints that someone had better do something about the deplorable eyesore at that highly visible corner. This is council's opportunity to revitalize that property. It has been 5.5 years since St. Bede's closed. Please do not obstruct this solid sale and attractive development. We worked hard for it. At our last council meeting, we learned a number of restaurants are not interested in opening in Southfield. Several residents also mentioned they didn't want more small coffee shops. And we know the Golden Corral's recent application was denied. What businesses do we want? What will our misplaced arrogance welcome? Just anything else? Somewhere else? What? What do we want in Southfield? Residents have demonstrated a profound ignorance of Southfield's financial situation. Their incivility and slanderous statements toward a solid and qualified business interested in our city is mind-numbing.
A city that is too frightened to renew itself will not survive. Vote to move Southfield forward. Approve this rezoning and site plan before you. Thank you.
Yes, good evening, Council, Mayor. The site on 12 miles Southfield, with that big box, that is way too big. You go to Meyer, you go to Home Depot, and you look what the frontage they have for parking the cars. Look at the frontage you have here around the building on 12 mile and on Southfield. It is way too small to put a big box there, and I hope you vote no for this. To have Walmart here is no problem, but find another space for them. That's all. But not on that corner there. Find the same space as Home Depot has, and Meyer has, and Best Buy has, and all those places. But not on a place like that on that corner. It's way too small. Vote no for them, please.
Next is Mr. Hightower. And before you speak, sir, let me call a few more people up. Thomas Bassett, Brian White, Maxine Marshall, and Inez Walker. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Jared Hightower. I have lived in Southfield for 15 years. I was your postmaster for 5 years. I consider myself a Southfield booster. I simply love this city. I've had a lot of time to think about this issue, and I do like Walmart. I think that the prices are right, and if you're looking for a bargain, that's probably a good place to find it. At the same time that I say that, I realize that we are in challenging times, and our city faces probably some of the greatest challenges that we've ever had to face. There's no secret that the economy is impacting everybody. But I would look at you and I would ask you to have some vision, and I think I heard someone mention the word forward thinking. When you look at Southfield and you look at Walmart, you are giving up our identity to bring dollars to the coffin. And I don't know that we're at that point yet. You probably already made up your mind. I work in the postal service, and we're downsizing, and we are in the process of closing small post offices. We've already made up our mind that we're going to do it, but we're obligated to have town hall meetings to get opinions from everyone. So I can relate to where we're at here, but I would challenge you to think outside the box, think outside the big box. Do something to preserve the Southfield that these people have come to love. You're at a point where you're going to make the toughest decisions of your career, I'm sure. And I caution you to consider the ramifications of your decision as we move forward. Walmart could come to Southfield and it may not be profitable, and we could end up with a giant empty store on the corner of 12 Mile and Southfield Road. If it's not profitable, they'll move on, and what will we have? A different eyesore. Thank you.
My name is Tom Bassett. I've been in the city for 35 years, raised a family here, have 3 children, we're products of schools, and I could go down the list of all of the reasons that we've heard debated over the last many months on why proceeding with redevelopment is important and what it can contribute to the city. But we've reached a time for decision that is really going to be tough. It is a toxic environment for a number of reasons, and each of you can feel that The Southfield has an opportunity that we shouldn't reject at this point in time. Rezoning the 12-mile Southfield to B3 is consistent with the city's master plan you approved. And why did you approve it? To guide the development and the redevelopment of our city. It is a very deep piece of property that you are looking at rezoning. It fits with the balance of what is there on that north-southfield corridor that is included in the master plan. B3 is the key to a multi-million-dollar development. No other way to say it. Right now, what we have is an empty blighted property. There is no market or capital available to put up more strip malls, to add more office buildings, or other things that are covered by B1 or B2 or OS. We know that. It's just not a market. So the only way that you can rezone this property and do anything that gives us more than hope for the future is B3. Nothing else is going to work for that site. No matter what you attach to it, it won't meet market conditions. If we rely solely on hope, it will only be a matter of time. There has been hard work invested to try and find developers for that property of all kinds. We have one that is available right now. Our choice is between a continued empty, blighted property that eventually will have to be mothballed and boarded. This city cannot have that. Or we can move forward with rezoning. Tonight, we can move forward with the site plan that rezoning will make possible. And we can confirm, you've heard this said again and again, we can confirm to the larger business community outside of Southfield that we are truly open for business, that we want businesses to come in and find a place that they can be part of our community. Please follow the master plan. Do the right thing. This is a B3. It fits. It's right. Thank you.
Brian White and Maxine. Either one of those, okay. Inez Law. All right. Jan Hoagie. I hope I said this right. Avina Hogan. Pamela Gerald and Gerard Mullen. Dr. Hoagie. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Jan Hoagie, and I have lived in Southfield for 22 years. The decision that will be made tonight has been called one of the most controversial issues ever to be considered by the Southfield City Council. Many believe that it is also among the most important because of its far-reaching consequences. As we have heard tonight, there are a number of critical issues to be considered. Regarding the space, would the proposed Walmart Supercenter really fit at this location without overwhelming the neighborhood and the surrounding area? It appears quite clear that the answer is no. Parking problems, lack of setbacks in the street, increased pollution, noise, light, dust, and fumes have all been cited as issues at this site. Regarding traffic, would traffic congestion become a bigger problem than it already is? It seems clear that the answer is yes. We've heard about increased weight at traffic lights, impeded emergency vehicles, and increased cost of road construction and maintenance. Regarding potential impact on crime, would Walmart provide the kind of security needed to avoid crime in its parking lot? It has not done so at many locations across the country, which has resulted in increased crime. we must be concerned about the potential impact of crime on our neighborhood. We've also heard about concerns in terms of small businesses being pushed out, resulting in lost tax base and lost sense of community, as well as overloaded infrastructure, including the electrical grid, and also decreased property values. I share all of these concerns. To address these various concerns, it is important to carefully consider independently collected data, as well as the experiences of actual people, rather than listen only to what Walmart says, because of course it is in Walmart's best interest to convince us that they will be good neighbors and have the city of Southfield and Southfield residents as their highest priority. Meanwhile, it seems important to ask, who are we as a community? And who do we want to be? What is our brand? What is our vision for Southfield? What do we want for our future? Would a super big box building at this location contribute positively toward our vision of Southfield for the future? Many believe, I am among them, that the answer is no. However, if we use our collective imagination, there are so many exciting and viable possibilities with the corner of 12 Mile and Southfield Road that would contribute to the continuing attraction of Southfield to families. I myself would be honored to serve on the Citizens Committee to assist in finding alternative viable business possibilities. In short, there absolutely must be better options. Therefore, I respectfully ask you, the distinguished members of our City Council, to take all of this into account as you weigh the pros and cons, and that you will vote no on B3 rezoning and no to the Walmart site plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Next, Lena Hogan. Pamela Joe.
My name is Pamela Gerald. I am and I have been an independent voice for Southfield. If you are watching this meeting on Cable 15 or listening to my voice via YouTube or audio reproduction, I can be reached at P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan, 48037-0155, or by telephone at 248-352-9188. I am just a phone call away and a click away via email. As your independent voice for Southfield tonight, I am the messenger of bad news. Sad to say, I believe that Walmart is a done deal, as alluded to earlier. Corporate criminals like Walmart and Denso don't appear before this council unless they are sure that they have the votes. But remember, we the voters have the final vote. Tonight, we will have lost the battle, but tomorrow we can win the war. Here's how. I urge each and every Southfield voter within the sound of my voice to create tonight a Santa Claus list and list on council who is naughty and who is nice. Attach your Santa Claus list to your award-winning City of Southfield calendar, to be precise. Attach it to August 6th, primary election day. And on election day, punish the naughty and reward the nice.
Ms. Carroll, please speak to the rezoning.
I am. On August 7th, move your Santa Claus list to November 6th, general election day. And on election day, punish the naughty and reward the nice. On November 6th, place your Santa Claus list on the front of your refrigerator with the refrigerator magnet until you receive your award-winning 2015 City of Southfield calendar. Then, attach your Santa Claus list to August 4th, 2015, primary election day. And on election day, punish the naughty and reward the nice. On August 5th, 2015, move your Santa Claus list to November 3rd, 2015, general election day. And on election day, punish the naughty and reward the nice. On November 4th, and I'm getting to the rezoning. 2015, place your Santa Claus list again on the front of your refrigerator with refrigerator magnet until you receive your award-winning 2017 City of Southfield calendar. And henceforth, continue the cycle until we get rid of all the naughty council votes. This is the only way we can purge the corporate criminal influence from our city, this city, the great city of Southfield. And I just want to say something to council, that the voters here have a long political memory regarding this matter. Now, you talked about, you don't want us to say anything about traffic because it's already been stated, but I always hear Mr. Fracassi talk about hodgepodge in the city. Now, we don't mind development. Maybe we were not listed in Cranes because we're doing hodgepodge type development. We're not bringing the right development, putting it in the right places in the city of Southfield. Now, you've heard everybody say that this is not the right location for that. Now, I don't want to believe, and thank you for turning off the mic because don't read my lips, read my shirt, okay? So keep turning the mic off, but keep reading my shirt. Okay? What we want you guys to understand is we're not against Walmart, but they are not a fit for this city. And you guys are always talking about the character of the neighborhood. You're always referring to this master plan. Mr. Lantz has alluded to the master plan, that plan cost over $250,000 and it sat on the shelf for 6 years. So maybe the master plan is obsolete. It needs to be updated, and you need to update it based on the residential input, the fit for the community, whether or not these developments will fit in these residential areas. And if you're going to keep rezoning for one project, just get rid of the zoning rules and let any business open up wherever they want to. We don't want the $100,000 in taxes that's alluded that Walmart will bring. So I'm asking you to vote no on the zoning request for Walmart. Keep it a residential 2 area and not a B3. And read my shirt.
Gerard Mullen, and Mr. Mullen, before you begin speaking, let me call a few more people in the queue. Tim Hodge, the Reverend Tim Larson, Robert Bennett, and Miguel.
Mr. President, my name is Gerard Mullen. My address is gerardmullen2012@gmail.com. Tonight, I wish to lodge 4 legal challenges to this public hearing. All 4 challenges are due to the failure of this council to publish a proper legal notice, as required by Michigan state law, that is, Public Act 110 of 2006, Section 103. To begin with, I would like to outline how this council violated state law 4 times. Number 1, by not listing all 25 street addresses included within ZR 1314 in the public notice. Number 2, by attempting to rezone a portion of the adjacent property, that is the funeral home, illegally, by not mentioning it in the public notice. Number 3, by understating by 16% the amount of acreage contained within ZR 1314 in the legal notice. Number 4, by publishing an erroneous map of ZR 1314 in the legal notice. Legal challenge number 1. This council failed to list on their legal notice all the existing street addresses within ZR 1314. This council failed to list 22 street addresses as mandated by state law. The law states, quote, "The notice shall include a listing of all existing this council failed to state on their legal notice that a portion of the Southfield Funeral Home's property would be rezoned to B3 this evening. The law states, quote, describe the nature of the request, unquote. Council's public notice never mentioned the funeral home. A portion of Sidwell parcel number 2411-479-065, which council published in their legal notice, is on 10th Street. That is the east portion of lot 14 of Supervisor's plat number 24. This parcel lot is shown on Exhibit A1 in council's packet and is included in what is called existing parcel 3 in the recorded and measured survey. This property has nothing to do with Walmart, okay, but it has everything to do with the funeral home. So why is this council rezoning this property tonight? Legal challenge number 3. This council understated on their legal notice the true amount of acreage to be rezoned this evening. Council's notice states 11.94 acres. The city assessor's data for the 3 Sidwell parcel numbers contained within DR 1314 adds up to 14.24 acres. The assessor's data can be verified online. Legal challenge number 4. This council published in their legal notice an erroneous map of the areas to be rezoned this evening. Council's map doesn't accurately reflect all the property that is described in the written description for CR 1314. Council's map fails to include the east portion of lot 14 in Supervisor's plat number 24. Exhibit A1 in council's packet is an accurate map that includes this property, that is, the east half of lot 14. In summary, this council broke the law 4 times. Number 1, by not listing all the street addresses. Number 2, by attempting to rezone additional property illegally. Number 3, by understating the acreage by 2.3 acres. Number 4, by publishing an erroneous map. In a word, this council, that's you folks, screwed up. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim Hodge? Nick Cruz? We'll have comments following all the public comments. Kim Hodge?
Yes, I'm here. Hi. We all are getting beautiful tonight, right? Do you need me to stand up and shake out so you can listen for another hour or 2, whatever it is? Okay, I'm Kim Hodge. I live in Lakewood Village. I don't vote for you, sorry, but you all and your decision affect me and the residents of Lakewood Village. So we're here to say, I'm here to say, also the founder of the Lakewood Village Time Bank, which is an organization that is about community building, and the Michigan Alliance of Time Bank, which is about building time banks and community skill exchange in other cities. So, I know you've heard this already, but I'm just going to repeat it. I believe that there will be increased traffic a lot. I live on California Southeast, which is 2 blocks east of Southfield Road, 3 blocks north of 11 Mile. I already don't sit in my backyard because there's so much noise and traffic from 696 and Southfield. So I can't even imagine what it's going to be like if there is a Walmart at this corner. I believe there will be increased crime. I believe there will be increased noise and pollution. There are studies that I have heard of that talk about, I know there's 100 or 150,000 that you're expecting in tax revenue. I'm not sure what the exact figure is, but I have seen reports that it takes up to 1.5 full-time equivalent police officers just for a superstore. 1 superstore, I don't think that balances out in terms of the numbers of what you would get from a superstore there. I think there will be lower property values in Lakewood Village and in Southfield. I believe that this is inconsistent with, I don't know about the Southfield plan, but I know that Lakewood Village has a plan. There's a DDA that's focused on creating a slower traffic flow on Southfield Road, creating a nice little business community. I just don't see how small businesses are going to be able to compete with a superstore right there at the corner. I grew up in Oil City, Pennsylvania, which is a small town. My small town no longer exists because there's a Walmart about 6 miles outside of town. Everybody goes to the Walmart. No local businesses are able to compete with that. It's a really sad situation. I am about community building and about bringing people together. I hope that you are too, and I hope that you will listen to the vast majority of the voices that you heard tonight. Please
keep our community intact, don't destroy the fabric of our community, and think, as other people talk about, in a visionary way, a more creative way. I know that there are people from Lakewood Village who would be happy to serve in a partnership with you to come up with some more creative resolutions, perhaps, to this particular place. So please don't destroy our community by voting to allow a future store in this area. I guess deep rezoning, I guess, as well, but keep the community going. That's my comment.
Mr. Reverend Larson.
Good evening. I'm so glad to be here. This is the first time I have ever come to speak at one of our meetings, and I'm so impressed with the room setting. I'm here to maybe take a little bit of a different take on this particular issue. I think that you hear the pain that's coming from the community, the worry and pain that's coming from the community about practical things like traffic. We all know that traffic in that intersection is bad. People know it. I drive it all the time too. So it's not surprising that folks are upset about it. And it's not surprising that people who live near there, and I'm one of them. I live about maybe 3/4 of a mile from that intersection. Property values and those kinds of things. But I have to say that I am most concerned about the really terrific community we have, the awesome spirit that we have in our community, the makeup of our community. You're not going to find another community in the United States, in my opinion, at least in the north central part of Southfield, that is more diverse, that is more an example of people who are very different living and working together. And I also know that when it comes to politics and places like Southfield or anywhere else, that most of the discussions hinge around money, which really is what the zoning issue is about. It's about money. It's about whether the folks who want to sell the property are going to be able to receive the maximum bid from the people who want to buy it. And it's also about a company that sees this as a place with lots of traffic and that kind of thing. It's going to mean a lot of customers for the business. And it's going to mean that some people who live nearby are probably going to experience some loss of property value. So, but it's also going to mean revenue for the city. I mean, I've heard a lot of revenue. But it's going to mean something. I understand all that. However, for me, what concerns me as a pastor and as someone who cares about people, just for being people, is that we continue to remember and emphasize that what's important is the relationships that we have with one another, the fibers of our community. In the end all and be all, it's not going to make a huge amount of difference whether it's Walmart on know I love you. I love what you do, and I love you all too. And I pray that we can come up with a decision that will be the best for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend. We love you too. Robert Bennett.
Madam Mayor, honorable council members, my name is Robert Bennett, and I'm a resident of Southfield, and those of us who have made long-term commitments here, done so because of the quality of life that we found here. I believe that bringing Walmart here would be very detrimental to that quality of life. Now, if I represented Walmart, I would be all for it because I have a duty to make sure that the Walmart family stays one of the richest in the nation. Having that store there would certainly do that because it would be a highly profitable venture for them. But for those of us who live here, not so much. I believe that having a store there and will have a very detrimental effect on the quality of life, and in doing so, will have a very detrimental effect on this community. Quality of life is something that we're not going to know when we pass the tipping point. And so after we pass, we'll look back and say, gee, we shouldn't have done that. And I think it would be very dangerous to get there because, first of all, this is a very serious issue and a very serious vote to take tonight. And of course, it's also going to be a very serious issue when you run for office again. But that's not the only vote. There are many people who are not here who won't speak up, but who will vote with their feet. When you cross that tipping line, they will vote with their feet. And as ugly as the empty churches on 12 miles, empty houses all through Southfield will be even worse. Thank you.
All right, then I will call 5 more people, starting with Roy Bell, Lon Arrington, Kathy Jackson, Robert Walker, and Larry Cadet. Mr. Bell? You're passing, okay. Vaughn Arrington? Is there Arrington here? Kathy Jackson. Ms. Jackson, please.
Good evening. Greetings, Mayor and Council of the City of Southfield. I'm here to represent many voices of the Cranbrook Village Sub number 6, of which I lived and have lived for 10 years. Council members, I urge you to vote no to the proposed rezoning request of Charles Park, Walmart Real Estate, Business Trust, and others. Why? As was mentioned before, the negative effects of intensity, density, and traffic, along with the devaluing of a neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhood community, of which I know the City of Southfield has taken pride in. Therefore, to continue a safe, residential Southfield community presence, once more, I please say and urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Walker? And following Mr. Walker will be Larry Cadet, Frank Selazinski, Donald McCoy, and Anderson Robinson Jr.
Good evening, Council. I'm Robert Walker. I live in Southfield Estate Subdivision, which is in the shadow of the proposed Walmart development. I've always liked to think of myself, since I've been an adult, as one who functions with logic and reason. And I want to thank the 3 of the 7 council members who I talked with yesterday. I called each one, and I want to thank the 3 who spoke with me. They know who they are. I listened to the conversations here, and again, just putting some logic into it, I recognize that Walmart would love to have the traffic capacity at Southfield 80,000. That would be more money for their store. However, as you're seeing, most of the residents would not be in agreement with that. So on one hand, you have the 8,000 crowd. On the other hand, you have people who don't like the traffic where it is now. Who do you represent? I have a problem with, and I said this at the other meetings, I have a problem with a corporation fixing the city's infrastructure. We don't, in Oakland County, state of Michigan, city of Southfield, like someone else had mentioned, we're not rolling the cash, but if Southfield is 12 miles, it's the second most dangerous intersection, how come we aren't fixing that? I don't know. Maybe we do. The second point I'd like to make is that I've seen where there's going to be $100,000 in property taxes generated from this development. Well, I looked up some information regarding Walmart, and I found out that Walmart is very aggressive, extremely aggressive, in pursuing property tax appeals. So I want to wish condolences to David and Joey on the property tax board. Joey is the chief commercial appraiser, and I believe David is the head of assessment, because they're going to have their hands full of dealing with the high-priced legal challenge that certainly will challenge the property tax. And this is where I don't want to get emotional, but logic speaks. People say that Walmart lowers property values. Walmart says they don't. If they aggressively challenge around the country each property tax assessment, aren't they saying that their store that was built last year, this year now is suddenly worth less than what you guys assessed it at? Well, of course they are. That's talking out of both sides. We can't allow that to happen. I wasn't here earlier, but Walmart is every business is part-time versus full-time employee count. No. That to me is an insult. That their $5 billion computer system can't tell you that. That is an insult. Period. Now, I wasn't going to get off on this topic, but I have to, because when I read in the paper yesterday that it was $300 promised, I thought to myself, it reminded me of when the military goes in and they say, we're going to go in and do A, B, and C, and then we're out. And then it goes to D, E, F, and forever on. Well, they have a term for that. It's called mission creep. These guys are on job creep. When I went to one of the initial meetings at St. E's Church, the figure I heard was 200 to 230 out of here. Then I heard 250, and I heard 230 to 270. Lo and behold, yesterday in the paper, now it's 300. So I wasn't going to go down this path, but since he opened the door, I will walk through it. I mentioned at the last meeting, they have been penalized, settled in court, for over $700 million, just in employee theft. And I remember asking each and every one of you, how would you feel if every time you got paid from the city of Southfield, your check was short? I don't think any of you would like it. What do you think about the people that work in the field? They need a job. They got to keep it. They can't find another. But that's wrong. I know we're not supposed to interject morality into this discussion, but if you can't stand for right or wrong, what will you actually stand for? What will you actually stand for? Now, I'm a voracious reader, and recently I had the pleasure of reading a book called Made in America, written in 1992. The author, Sam Walton. On page 233, he said, if we go into a community where they don't want us, then we don't go there and create a fuss. I think this was a fuss, which tells me that the people running Walmart, since Mr. Washington has since passed away, they don't share the same values. Or someone's lying. And the last thing I want to say is, to you, Mr. Fracassi, when you own town and country, if you still did, would you be in favor of Walmart?
Good evening, sir. Good evening. My name is Larry Fracassi. I'm a 35-year resident of Southfield. I've been following the ongoings of Walmart for quite a few months. I've been at a few meetings here, listening to people talk. And I've done some research on my own. I've sent a letter to the city council in regard to my research and what I found and what I think. I am in favor of Walmart. I think Walmart is one of the most successful they're one of the most successful stores in the country. They're not doing this by half chance. They're a good company. They know what they're doing. I've listened to the gentleman here today talk about what they plan to do for wages, 401k and such. It's a good idea. He's talking about jobs, 250, 300 jobs. There's a lot of people out there looking for jobs today. You have students, you have elderly people that just want to work, you have elderly people that have to work, or people that are just looking for jobs. They need a job. This is a place to begin. It could be a future for them. Traffic. I've heard a lot about the traffic congestion, and I went to a meeting in Laser Village to take a look at Southfield as a boulevard. I think it's a very viable way to help alleviate a lot of traffic on Southfield. You'd have the Michigan U-turns, you'd have traffic where they can have a flow of traffic. It's not going to impede people trying to get in and out of Walmart. They have other problems there for traffic on 12 Mile, which could be addressed also. Walmart is also addressing what they can do until this happens with their traffic lights and with redoing the street a little bit. Home values. How do we know that home values are going to plummet? We have businesses up and down Southfield Road. Target, Home Depot, other businesses have the homes value behind those stores or other businesses have been dropped. I don't think so. Some people are just plain scared, and I don't blame them. But I don't think home values are dropping that much. Home values have dropped tremendously in Southfield. I'm a realtor here. I sell a lot of homes, and I see the values coming up. And I sell everything that I sell is between 9 and 10 now. It's not the most prime area of the city, but values are coming up. I don't think they're going to come back down. Not for a long time. But it's going to take a while to get back to where it was. To drop off for local businesses. Walmart is not a liquor store, they're not a grocery store, they sell groceries, clothing, small appliances. I don't think there is going to be an impact on the businesses for the liquor store or any specialty type store. There's a need for it. How many grocery stores do we have on Southfield Road? You have Myers over on Telegraph and 12 Mile. You go over to Greenfoot, you may have a store there, but there's nothing really in a full-line grocery store that's off the road. It's deep. So once you can address the impact of the traffic problems, Walmart is the pro as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Frank Mile, never heard of it. Not present. Donald McCoy. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Donald McCoy, and I'd like to say I am not against Walmart. I think Walmart is a good store. But however, I would like to say, I hope, I'm a numbers person. I'm a business owner. I have a business here in Southfield. Matter of fact, I just started a new location on 12 Mile in Southfield, 17344 12 Mile, which is a drone store from Southfield. I hope we are not selling our souls for $315,000 and for 300 jobs. If that be the case, we will lose that $365,000 and a loss of revenues of other businesses. There are other businesses that sell similar things to Walmart, such as Home Depot, Lowe's, Kroger, Myers. They're going to in turn lose revenues, which in turn will lay off employees. So we're going to start laying off employees, we're going to lose that tax base. So $315,000 is not a lot of money. I'm a numbers guy. So, you know, we have traffic issues, and I will say, I live off the 12 Mile Bill. I have an office on 12 in Southfield. I do apologize to Mr. Ian, because I do use Village Drive as a cut-through when I leave my office. I have attempted to go up Edward Street the wrong way from Southfield to get to my office. And we have two gas stations, one on the southeast corner and the northwest corner. Can you imagine the traffic? Those are the only two businesses going to thrive if this Walmart comes in, because the traffic that's going to be generated is going to go to those gas stations. Come out of Walmart, you're going to have impeding traffic with cars trying to get into the gas station, which is already a mess. The traffic is backed up. Yeah, I know there's been a lot to say about traffic. Even with McDonald's, when they move to the new location, you cannot even turn to McDonald's. And I go there every day because I work right at the street. I sit at the light going through my sure what they mean by widening the expressway. But the only thing I can think of, if you widen the expressway, they will only do it between 12 Mile and just enough going north just to give them a turn in into Walmart. I don't think they're going to widen the street, make it 6 lanes all the way down. That's what we really need there, but I don't think that's going to happen. Even theft, we will, and, you know, they have police officers for theft, but that's going to cost overtime and police officers in the police office. My fiance, who's been on the force for 12 years, she's back there doing overtime now. And we just passed the millage that affects my taxes. So when Walmart opens, they're going to do more overtime. Then we're going to have to pay the police officers more money, which again is going to affect my taxes. My taxes are going to go up. So I'm not seeing a balance for $315,000 and for 300 employees. We're going to lose 300 employees, or probably more than that, to gain 300. Right there, Ingham on 12 Mile, there's a lot of accidents. I've seen kids hit, I've seen parents taking their kids across Ingham. The traffic is going to increase considerably. Quality of life in that area is going to diminish. And I think as an alternative, you know, unfortunately, I'm a businessman. I understand Walmart want to be there and St. Pete want to sell their shirts. Well, I think St. Pete has benefited from the city of Southfield with tax abatements all the time. I think the viable solution for them is to get with an architect or developers and come up with a plan that needs zoning for B1 or B2 and shop it out to developers who want to buy into the location. And if not, we have given other alternatives for Walmart. I don't think anyone here is really against Walmart, but not at that intersection. The accident, I get it from both sides. I get it from my fiance that she tells me, hey, there's an accident, there's a kid get hit. We have a 3-year-old daughter and a 9-year-old daughter. And we ride our bikes up to Ingham and traffic is horrendous already. We have enough stores that sell the same thing as Walmart does within a 2-mile radius, and bringing Walmart there will affect the other businesses. Also, in closing, you know, I would like to say if the city council approves this B3 zoning, what are you guys planning for assisting in this traffic situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, before you come on up, let me call a few more names. Patricia Haney, Ron Machinke, Ryan Jones, Carmen Gunther. You're next to me too. Okay. Good evening, Mr. Robinson.
Good evening, Council President, Madam Mayor, to the rest of the council. Thanks for letting us speak today. You know, I've been watching the council meeting on TV, but I felt that it was very, very important that I make it here today because I've been a resident in Southfield since '97. Me and my wife have been going through the burden of trying to make it down Southfield because we shop at Home Depot, we go to the market on 13 and Southfield, Home Depot. I mean, we do all our shopping, Target. We try and avoid Southfield right now and go down Greenfield over the 12 or Greenfield over the 13 and then come all the way back. I hope you hear the residents cry. It's very, very important that we don't support Walmart. I don't agree personally as a union rep and president of the UAW Local 900. I get a lot of calls from my members. A lot of those members are residents of Southfield. We don't agree with the policies that Walmart has, the way they treat their members, the labor issues that they have. I hope the decision hasn't been made to support Walmart, and I'm totally against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ms. Haney, you are next.
Good evening. My name is Pat Haney, and I live at 17933 Windflower Drive, Southfield, about half a mile from the proposed site. I am probably one of the few people that came here this evening not to talk about the proposed zoning change and the site plan for Walmart. I had signed up to speak on a very different matter before the council at the regular part of the council meeting. However, after sitting here for hours, I felt compelled to come forward and give my 2 cents worth. I believe there is some serious confusion regarding the proposal before the council. The issue of a change in zoning is a separate issue than whether or not Walmart will purchase and occupy that property. Those are 2 separate decisions. I will stand to rise in support of a change in the zoning. The Archdiocese of Detroit and the Church of the Transfiguration have been viable and active participants in our community for years. I believe they should be entitled to a zoning change to help their ability to market and redevelop that property. Saying that, I would strongly encourage you to do the zoning change. I also rise to speak up because someone once said, a true sign of leadership is where a person stands in a time of challenge and change. You know, I've lived in this community for 26 years. I have come to have contact with each and every one of you. Some of you I know better than others. But one thing that I know is common about the entire council, our mayor, and our city administration, is that you love this city just like I do. And over the years, and particularly with this council, with the many challenges that you had to face, you have always acted in a professional and responsible manner. You know, I'm a student of history, and I can remember studying about another difficult time in our history when we were coming out of the Great Depression, and we had a national leadership that proposed the New Deal and the Social Security plan. That was met with major opposition from the public. And yet, both of those programs turned to be lifesavers for our country. Particularly, even today, those that initially stood and opposed to Social Security now embrace it. And what a tremendous benefit that has been for the citizens of our country. I know you all have that same kind of commitment to our citizens of the community. And whatever decision you may make, I know it will not be based on politics or popularity. I commend you for that. And I, for one, am tired of all the personal attacks that you all have had to swallow. And the misrepresentation of how this community feels about your outstanding service. And I, for one, am going to say, enough is enough. God bless you, and I'm glad I'm not in your shoes to have to make this difficult decision. But I know each one of you, and individually and collectively, will do what you believe is best for this community. Thank you.
I can show you get the 15 seconds. That was 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm going to come from a different perspective.
Get closer to the microphone.
You really can't separate the issue of zoning and Walmart. They're kind of individual. And so, you know, if you vote for one thing, you're actually voting for Walmart. But the church won't go to Walmart unless everything's going for them. So you really can't separate them. But I'm coming from a perspective of character of the company that may be occupying our city. And character is like the foundation of a house, and what's below is counts. So what do we know about Walmart recently, and what sort of history it has, and what sort of energy and history is going to bring into this community, which I consider to be pretty positive. Tia Tulagan is the chairman of the Sun in the city of Mexico. Right now, they are investigating a bribery scandal involving Walmart, where they bribed the mayor, the council, the archaeology department, the zoning, political department, and then one more department they found to build a Walmart store less than 1 mile from a World Heritage Site. To me, that shows that Walmart is really culturally insensitive. Also recently discovered in those emails, which the CEO at the time, I believe, said does not exist, they have discovered that similar activity has been going on in South America, in China, and in India. Right now, Walmart's present target to build a store is in China, in fact, which I've never been. I have been to the pyramids in Mexico. Now, recently, as of November of 2012, we already heard about the devastating fire in Bangladesh, in which 150 people lost their lives in a sweatshop that developed and made clothes for Walmart. But Walmart is not the only company that possesses sweatshops. It's also Kohl's, John Homes, and also Target. Each descendant's family received $2,500 for losing their loved one. There are people under arrest. That is also under the investigation because Walmart said we were never told of those problems in that family. They never asked us for any money or anything for upgrading the safety standards. Right now on the New York Times website, they have copies of the contract. So, 2 things about Walmart we know right now, that they're involved in a flight scandal. Is that the culture of the country? Is that the energy we want to bring here? We also know what I told you at talking meeting in December about Warren, Michigan, and the information that they provided there, which was not quite accurate as it was presented. Also in Bozeman, California, that information was not quite accurate. And to me, the biggest omission of that particular vignette that they presented was they forgot to tell us that they gave a $400,000 campaign contribution to the representatives on the council who were supportive of Walmart when they were being recalled. They also had the recall information backwards. It was they were recalled and didn't be elected. They beat the recall and they lost in the next election. So this is, to me, when I look at Walmart and look at the history, and there are many stories about Walmart online from people that actually work with Walmart. You know, how accurate they are, I don't know. These stories can be validated through the New York Times and also through the Bozeman website, the residents' website, and also through Michigan.live and Channel 7 News, who also did stories on the vacant Walmart store and how that mayor put pressure on Walmart to remodel that store. And I don't know if they started that remodeling yet, but that seems to be the conversation moment. To me, the single thread is they provide in their presentation misinformation, which leads you to believe that what they say that they're going to do in your city is going to happen. From everything that I've read, and I've been following Walmart for years, not a recent occurrence. I began following Walmart when a friend of mine worked at the store in Detroit as a part-time employee and was locked in the store overnight. So the only thing I can say to the city council is beware of these guarantees.
Thank you. Brian Jones is next, and then Mr. Duncan.
My name is Myron Jones. I feel like to say that I agree with a lot of the before I said earlier. However, we do if any of these people have any jobs available for the underclass persons who will be working at Walmart. If you can't give people jobs, then don't stop people from being able to get jobs. And change is the reality. You know, if you feel like threatening to leave Southfield, then leave. You know, if the property value is lower, then allow people who don't have so much money to get a home. You know, in addition, Walmart's already going to get this option anyway. It's already been determined this country money is power and access to the bottom line. Walmart should also be moved to donate, just as Denso has, to the various civil services and parking and rec activities. Denso has shown themselves to be a powerful corporation, and they've done a lot for the city of Southfield. And I think that Walmart can do the same thing. I mean, whether or not they ask for a tax abatement or not, they probably will, but they can be moved to donate to various different programs, especially programs like the at-risk youth program that I presented and thoroughly thought through. There's a lot of youth that get in trouble, and a lot of times when they're in trouble, that's the best time to address the issue, and you guys complain about lack of funds. And Walmart is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. I'm sure they can find out how to make those funds available to create an at-risk youth program, because preventing children from having a life of institutionalism and leading a life of crime, that should be a priority in the city. And if Walmart wants to come here and get what they want, then I think that you should agitate them to produce something for the city, especially for the youth. Walmart's going to get this, we all know. So just make them play ball. That's all I have to say. You know, unless you guys are going to give the youth jobs and make opportunities available for younger people, then don't complain about Walmart coming here and creating jobs and other opportunities and creating a platform for other businesses to get business from them being here. Because when Walmart's on the scene, other people are going to come and bring their businesses too. You know, that's not living in capitalistic. We live in a capitalistic country, and democracy supports the capitalism. That's just the way it is. So, thank you very much.
Mr. Gunther, you're next, and let me call the final three cards. We have Laker Village Councilwoman Kelly Garrett Johnson, Kevin Wells, and Oakland County Commissioner Janet Jackson. Good evening, Mr. Gunther.
Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, City Council, Mayor Lawrence. My name is Myron Frasier. I am President of the Fracassi Homeowners Association of 3, 4, and 5. This Homeowners Association consists of 512 residents. The majority of my members are against this project, not only to the rezoning, but also to the site plan. We feel that E3 designation is too intense for this plan. Ladies and gentlemen, you go to a lot of meetings and conferences where you deal with many influential people. At these times, you have to spell out. We can no longer be reactive. We must be proactive. To get the kind of development that the residents will be proud of to support, I would suggest that the council ask for volunteers to form a marketing committee to find ways to sell Southfield. I'm positive that there are people in our community that have the expertise that would be willing to serve on such a committee. We do not need the box store or the people from the offices at 12 miles south to look at the 25-foot wall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next, we have Laker Village Councilwoman Kelly Garrett Johnson. Good evening.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for having me. I got to be remiss if I didn't say anything since I got back at 5 o'clock. So sorry. I want to say something about change. Change is inevitable. We all understand that. I've been in the area of Southfield, Laker for 37 years, and I know change, and I know how it looks. Just for example, I was thinking about Michigan building, and I was thinking about how we used to do about 20 miles that used to build it. So I understand what the eyesore looks like. I'm not here
really to say I'm against the Walmart per se. I'm saying that I hope that you consider the zone area, but not to be, for B3, more or less for B1 and B2. I understand that we do have to have some, growth, we do have to have some development. It is a sad state of affairs, seriously, of how City of Southfield really looks, because this is where I grew up at, this is where I gone to school at, and this is where I plan on staying. As much as I played around with, if the Walmart came, I would have to consider moving. It's really not going to happen. This is a city that I've come to love and I've come to know. And one thing that I'm coming at, I didn't put city council on there for a reason, because I was coming as a parent, because I am concerned about the traffic, because I am 1 block over from the proposed site. Someone was talking about the EMS, and that really hit home for me, because my son had to be taken from my area, from my house, in an EMS, down Southbound to Beaumont. And it was concerning that there was heavy traffic, because every minute counts when you're in the back of the EMS. And now as a parent, every minute counts when you don't know what's happening, when you don't know what is going to happen to your child, and then you have to worry about the traffic. I am concerned about that, and I know that you didn't want us to talk about it again, but I'm last 3, so I thought I should forget about it. So, for me, also coming out of that subdivision onto 12 Mile, it's a monster. It really is. And I just believe that this is probably just the wrong type of business to be put on that particular corner. And what I do encourage everyone that has come up here to say that they don't want the Walmart is that you need to start giving the council members and the mayor options of what do you think, instead of coming just to complain, which I do agree with the gentleman that just left, because you do want to provide jobs to people. I just don't think that it being rezoned to B3 would be a good idea. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett. Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Excuse me, I had to come to listen, and I'm sorry about that. Conversed into the game or stuff. Here we go. I'll say, first off, to start, I'm a local resident here, Cranbrook Village, so that is adjacent to Walmart, so I'm assuming you can guess what my position can be on this. Speaking to my neighbors, other people in the community, primarily the concerns tend to be the traffic that we've heard about time and time again. Also reduced property values. But I think these concerns should be brought before you regardless of where they want to go to school by someone. So I'll drop that. The issue I'd like to talk about is money. I mean, obviously, a large incentive for the city. They have a large company such as Walmart. Come here, we increase tax revenue. Big question I would have is, what is the projected net impact to the community? From the people who go to Walmart, who don't go to Target, who don't go to Myers, who don't go to Home Depot, for the small shops, up and down Southfield, up and down Greenfield, that wind up closing because they can't compete. How much of the increased tax revenue that Walmart provides is going to be offset by reduced tax revenue from these other companies? Another question, what's the projected increase in levels of city services that they're going to require? Where people talk about increased police presence as needed, how much of that is it going to cost us? How much is that going to offset our increase in tax revenue? Heard talk of expanding Southfield Road. That costs money. Is Walmart going to foot the bill? Or is that going to come at the expense of our tax dollars? And if it does, I guess those increased revenues have just been offset for a good decade. It just seems like potentially could be a big game of musical chairs with the biggest corporate pockets being the ones that pick up the needle when the music stops. Thank you.
Thank you. speaker is County Commissioner Janet Jackson. Good evening, Commissioner.
Good evening. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and other city officials for allowing this forum for our residents this evening. And I want to thank everybody that came out tonight. But this is very important, and it's very important that we give our citizens a voice. And I was here today as an elected official. Previously, my county commission district circled the area where the proposed project that was speaking of is to be placed. I got numerous calls, emails, just asking me where I was with this. Of course, I'm all about economic development, but I have to say, however, the voice of my stakeholders and taxpayers are more important to me at this point. It just seems like too many of our residents just don't want this project in this place in our city. And I just think that the tax dollars that it's going to bring may not outweigh some of the hard work that we do in this community. Some of the people that came up to this microphone tonight, I can name them, Patrick Larson, Sandra K. Holland, Kim Hodge. These are people that are really community advocates who care about this community 24/7. You know, sometimes we get the voices of negativity when projects come out about, you know, that people just come to, just don't want it in my backyard. But I don't think this time that's the case. And I know it might not be the most popular or most politically correct thing to say as an elected official, because it's not my vote. So all I ask you, each and every one of you to do is, please consider what's been said. Look to your heart, mind, and soul of this community, and make the best decision for everybody that's come out this evening.
We are now through our cards at number 79. I will declare the public hearing closed. At this point, we will turn the floor back over to Planner Crode and also to the representatives of Walmart if they have things they'd like to add, or we do have some questions from the audience that we'll try to cover. Mr. Crode.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one comment that was made. I just want to state for the record that our notices are legal. The state law requires a 300-foot mailing. The city's past practice has been 350 feet. And we extended that to 700 feet throughout the process, both through the Planning Commission and the City Council process. And the fact that we have had so many people here is just a testament to the number of meetings and the outreach that we've tried to have. I could address the specific issues that were raised, but we had legal surveys that verify the acreage of the specific parcel that's being rezoned, not all the parcels that make up the various existing properties. The map is correct. The Southfield Funeral Home clearly showed the exception of the existing St. Pete's property when we were considering the rezoning for that. So I'm just here to say that the notices are legal.
May I interrupt you to clarify, the northern part of Southfield Commons is not being rezoned?
That's correct, and that's where the 14 acres comes in if you include the northern piece. If this was to go forward, a lot split and consolidation is part and parcel to the project. But that's just one comment I wanted to say. The other thing is, part of me is very proud when we have public discourse like this. There's a lot of very good comments that were brought up. There are a lot of very good issues with regards to site plan, other issues. But the fact is, on this specific parcel, council is here to consider the merits of the rezoning and the rezoning ordinance. Existing R2, OS, and B2 considered under the B3 business district. All of the potential uses should be considered. And
let me ask.
I'll be happy to answer questions.
And I welcome your participation as well. Mr. Hoffman asked us early in the evening, what is the actual height of the proposed store, although that has really nothing to do with the rezoning. Would you still like to answer it?
Sure. When the question is asked, how do you determine setback, it's based on height, and there's a minimum 25-foot setback for the requested B3 zoning. They more than exceed that. If the height increases above 25 feet, there's a formula for how many additional feet the setback has to be made. When determining height, it's based on acreage grade. I looked at the site plan. The height of the building varies from 24 feet 6 inches up to as much as 30 feet, but that's for the parapet. The actual height of the building roof averages almost exactly on 25 feet. So we make our determination of what the setback requirement in the proposed B3 is based on average height of the rooftop, not the parapet itself. But even with the parapet, it varies from as low as 24 feet up to 30 feet.
Thank you. Mr. Glenn and others.
Does the law say average?
Excuse me. You do not have the floor. Mr. Glenn and others, and this is a question that council asked last month. Why not at some other location? And then there are quite a few references to Northside. Mr. Hanks, would you care to answer that question again?
Yes, I'll turn it over again to Steve Engelhardt and real estate analysis for us.
All right, thank you.
We've looked at a lot of locations in Southfield, from the Hamrock building to Northland to the Hance office building, with the DDA, a couple different sites along Eaton Mountain, Northland, the old Sheraton. Outside of Southfield, the Green Egg Shopping Center, the Armory Park. Northland certainly has been considered. There's some myriad of problems that exist at Northland, from a power plant underneath to various air rights and different structures of ownership, and it's not a suitable situation. 12 Mile and Southfield Road is just kind of hits the sweet spot of what we look for in terms of market demographics. You got a tremendous population in a 2-mile radius with great income level and great streets, and you see it as a good fit.
Thank you. Kim Hodge asked how much in taxes. I believe the city portion of it was $100,000, correct? Approximately. And overall, $300,000 for county school, the zoo, PA, everybody else. Robert Walker asked, why aren't we fixing our own infrastructure? First of all, Southfield Road and 12 Mile are county roads. They are not controlled by the city of Southfield. Perhaps, I don't know if someone else wants to contribute to that answer.
Through the chair?
Yes.
As a representative from the Road Commission of Oakland County has stated, they are going through the process of an 18-month environmental assessment. Many of the citizens here tonight attend one of their public comment sessions that were held at Lakewood Village. All of the affected municipalities along Southfield Road meet on a regular basis. Our engineers are representatives of the city. I've attended many of those meetings ourselves to look at the long-term redevelopment of Southfield Road, including proposed landscape boulevard. So we have been working jointly with our fellow municipalities through the Road Commission of Oakland County, and there's several opportunities for people to make public comment during this 18-month environmental assessment period.
Robert Walker also
asked, are they appealing taxes? Obviously, there are no taxes in Southfield, so we don't have an answer to that. No? Okay. Go ahead. How about in other locations in Oakland County?
Maybe 12 or 14 locations total.
Have these taxes been appealed in any of those other locations? Do you know?
I'm sorry, I've got multiple conversations going on.
Mr. Hanks has the floor. Any other locations in Oakland County that the taxes have been appealed?
Not to my knowledge tonight, but I can certainly provide a specific answer for you. I can tell you with any other taxpayer in the state of Michigan or in this country, if we or any other homeowner receives an assessment that we feel is out of line with the value of the property, we go through the legal appeals process to contest that assessment. Any other homeowner or any other business.
Thank you. I know council, while you're there, I know council asked this, and Mr. Walker also asked this, full-time, part-time breakdown.
We do not provide a specific breakdown of full-time, or part-time on a specific store. As I stated earlier, we have many markets where the majority of our associates are full-time. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, and then we heard different numbers about jobs. I believe you said 300 approximately.
Well, and again, I want to clarify that, so I'm glad that the gentleman asked that.
Okay.
Up to 300 jobs is the only number that I can give you in any way, shape, or form. It's based on the store manager's decision with our human resources, based on the volume of the store, the applicants that they've received, the number of full-time employees, the number of part-time employees, all the variables that go into the operation of any other business. You're asking me tonight to give you my best guess. 300 jobs is probably ideally suited for a supercenter that would be 180,000 square feet. With what you see before you, I'm going to assume the number will be a little lower than that. Is it 272 or 291? Or 267 that then becomes 278, that's a decision that the store manager will make with our human resources.
I think it's
that's the range.
I'll give you this. I think that until you know the volume, you don't know the number of employees. I think that's only reasonable.
And I would say that we can commit to hire 300, and then if the volume isn't there, if individuals end up getting laid off as a result of the volume not being there, some of the same numbers in this room will be right back up here screaming that we didn't meet our promise to you to give you an excellent job. That's why I've been very clear. It's up to 300 jobs. The benchmark for this is probably between 250 and 300. If you're asking me to give you a specific, I'll give you a shot in the dark around 270, 280, but it's up to 300 good jobs.
I think the council's satisfied with your original answer on that. We have some people who may not have heard these answers before. Donald McCoy asked, what can be done to assist traffic issues if the rezoning passes? You might want to reiterate what Walmart has proposed in their plan.
I'll turn it over to Robert Maxwell, who is involved with the engineering.
And it goes to the next question by Kevin Wells, who's paying for the road adjustments. There are things that I know in an earlier presentation you said that Walmart would finance, so yes, the floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, Mayor Lawrence, Chairman, members of the council. Robert Matos, CESO, civil engineer for Walmart, 8164 Executive Court in Lansing, Michigan. Again, I've heard several comments again tonight on traffic, and I'll answer your questions, but even take it one step further. We've had numerous meetings, not only with city staff, but with the Road Commission for Oakland County. And I believe the gentleman from the Road Commission here spoke with you. Our study was done according to national standards. It was reviewed not only by the Road Commission, but also by your city traffic engineer. The Road Commission along with our right turn overlap recommendation, but they do provide a safer operation. In addition, we will be providing pedestrian signal movements on each pole that will better and more clearly define the walkways for pedestrians. But going back to your question, some of the improvements that we are recommending are, again, modernizing the traffic signals. That's completely removing and replacing the traffic signals at 12 Mile Southfield Road and Edwards and Southfield Road. In addition to that, all new pedestrian signal heads, walkways would be provided, ADA accessible ramps would be provided up along Edwards Avenue. We will also be dedicating, even though not required, but we would be dedicating additional right-of-way to the road commission for future roadway improvements along Southfield Road. That is a significant, not only a significant cost, but a significant dedication. It's what our plan has been prepared on. We'll also be providing a westbound and northbound right turn lane into the Walmart driveway on the 12 Mile Road. In addition to that, we will be providing a 3-lane cross-section up at Edwards Avenue into the development, and again, combining our 12 Mile Road access driveway with the funeral homes access driveway. So in essence, we're really not adding any new driveways on 12 Mile Road, but we're actually combining and prohibiting the left out. So that's what we're, just a summary of our recommendations.
In addition to providing sidewalk along Southfield Road.
That's correct. And I was going to go to that. I know there were questions about pedestrian traffic. We will not only be providing an 8-foot walkway along 12 Mile Road across the entire frontage, but in addition, a walkway along Southfield Road, the entire frontage of the Walmart development. Again, we want to promote pedestrian traffic. We're also including bike racks in the Walmart stores. We think we're actually improving the pedestrian traffic along this corridor.
Thank you. Kevin Wells also asked what city tax dollars are going into this. The traffic improvements, to my knowledge, none.
All the traffic improvements would be recommended, would be funded by the law.
Thank you. All right, we've answered the questions that were asked by audience members. So at this point in the meeting, I'm going to, unless either of you gentlemen have anything else you'd like to add, then I will, we've closed the public hearing, so it is now council's portion of the meeting to ask this question and comment. So, my colleagues, anyone wishing to speak? Light up. Go ahead. All right. Ms. Jordan? No? I'm sorry. Ms. Seymour?
Oh, yeah. Okay, several things. First of all, let me read from the D3, Article 18, General Business District D3. There's been a lot of talk about that, and I think it's good to have it written, read into the record, and at least for people that are here, so we have some clarification. The first part of that paragraph is called intent. The General Business District D3 is designed to provide, and I'm doing this for clarification. The General Business District D3 is designed to provide sites for diversified business types and is often located so as to serve passerby traffic. These uses are generally characterized by generating large volumes of vehicular traffic. This district is intended to prohibit establishments which require outdoor storage of goods and materials. The district will generally be used adjacent to high-volume major thoroughfares. So that confirms what people are talking about. Southfield is a high-volume major thoroughfare. Further on the site plan review, and this is not, we're not reviewing the site plan, but it does, I want to read this because Mr. Crow mentioned in his recommendation, and I'll read that first.
and that's right to the Webster's Dictionary, nearby. So you could call adjoining anything south and anything north of this development. The discussion about we're overstored. We have so many stores on Southfield Road. We have the big box stores. We have Target. We have Home Depot. We have stores that Walmart will be in competition for. And you don't want to put too many of the same thing or too many similar things in the same area. We do have, the other discussion that I keep hearing from her tonight is that we have and not only tonight, but in emails and text messages, that we have a moral responsibility to make a decision based on the behavior or the policies of a corporation. Well, legally, we can't do that. Legally, we have to make a judgment on land use, and this is a land use issue. Whether people like their policies of this particular business or not is irrelevant to our decision. Our decision is based solely on the land use. However, there is, this is where I want to get to the adjacent property. When you have too much of the same thing in an area, you're going to cause an effect on some. And we have, in accordance with our zoning ordinance, with our law, we have an obligation, a legal, and you could say a moral obligation, that we have to consider the people that are already there. The people such as Target and Home Depot and many of the smaller stores that we, the council, gave approval for them to be in those sites. And now for us to say, well, it was okay then, but now we're going to get approval for more competition that could put you in a hard place. That's kind of paraphrasing what the intent is here, that we have to consider adjacent, effects on adjacent property. So that's a moral, but more importantly, a legal obligation that we have to consider that. And I think, obviously, many of the people that have spoken tonight and have written to us and texted us and emailed us feel that this is a moral issue, and to them it is. To us it has to be a legal issue. But we have an obligation to the people that are already there to not invite, too many people so that the competition becomes, we're not there to pit, new people against the people that we've already proposed. We have an obligation We have an obligation to those people that we have already said, you can be in this site, you can be in this location, but then to oversaturate that is really doing everyone harm. Then I want to talk about, I want to read a little bit from the master plan. And let me say this about the master plan. This keeps getting mentioned to us as though it's something written in stone, and it's almost like a survival of our development. The master plan is a guide, and it was imposed upon us by the state. A number of years ago, everybody had to have a master plan. But the master plan is not a mandate, it is a guide. And we have to revise it, I believe, every 4 or 5 years. 4 years, 5 years, so every 5 years. So it's a living document. It can be revised. It needs to be revised as circumstances change. It's not something, when people keep saying it in keeping with the master plan, I get very frustrated by that, because the master plan is a guide. And let me read part of the master plan to you. This talks about land use. And it talks about this north Southfield Road corridor sub-area. The market conditions, the mix of uses, and the expected level of activity would determine the size and focus of each use. In general, the maximum size of retail uses should be limited to 75,000 square feet, or mid-box uses, such as grocers, electronics, office and clothing stores. Big box uses should not be permitted, except as described below, due to the shallow lot depth, proximity to residential uses, and the need to create a synergy of uses. The St. B Church and Southfield Plaza Retail Center are two large sites that could be redeveloped in the future. Because because of the size and location on the corner, these sites have the ability to be redeveloped as a mixed-use center, if desired by the city. Then it says design of any new mid-box retail or any redevelopment of the two existing Target and Home Depot stores should consider development of outlots. They're talking redevelopment, so that you don't have these big parking lots being the first thing you see out the road. But it's a living document, it's not a mandate, it's a guide, and it specifically says big box uses should not be permitted. So some of these things in the course of discussions have, I think, been misleading to the audience and the people that are concerned about this. And I wanted to mention that where Mr. Crowe, unfortunately, says the proposed rezoning will not have adverse effects upon any of the adjoining zoning, the master plan actually says, or the code, I'm sorry, our code, zoning code says adjacent, and adjacent is nearby. Doesn't have a common line. So I wanted to say that for clarification. Well, I want to say to the audience and to everybody that's commented about this, I'm deeply touched that so many people are concerned about the quality of our community. I mean, it warms my heart to hear this. It's very exciting to hear people come out, and obviously the people that are opposed to this development are concerned about the impact on the neighborhood directly, and not just the businesses, the neighborhoods and the traffic, and all of these are serious concerns. But it's very encouraging to me to see that so many people in this community value this community, love this community, have lived here a long time, and I don't want to see people voting with their feet. I don't want people leaving because of the developments that adversely affect them. So I'm pleased to hear this reaction from the public that they're that concerned about the quality of our community. I think that's wonderful. But I do think that this is something that is going to have a negative impact. Policies of Walmart and any other stores similar to that has nothing to do with this. This is strictly land use, and that's what our decision has to be based upon.
This group is never shocked.
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, I appreciate everybody that has come this evening and is so attentive to the other speakers who got to the microphone. As most of you know, I've been with the city a long time, and I see the city from its very rural area to being one of the business addresses in this state of Michigan. We've seen high-rises being built in the city, and that's also becoming a commercial city that has supplied about 70% of the residents' liabilities for their residents. Today, we sit here with a tax rate of 62 mils, one of the highest in the state of Michigan. The city is 200 plus people short, and we have seen a declining in our residential to the tune of some 40% in value. And if you go to Detroit News the other day, we got another 2%. We have about a 50% loss in value on our commercial, and we continue to have the best services and quality of service of any city, I believe, in Michigan. We need redevelopment. We have to find out where it's going to be properly done and find the target locations where we can do the most good in that redevelopment. I sit also on the task force with Association Southeast Michigan Council of Governments in the planning division, as well as the task force on some of the legislation at the state. And of course, a lot of you read about the personal property tax that was looked at over the Christmas holiday. And we being 30 million square feet of office space, those who have $80,000 worth of business equipment may be exempt from taxes, personal property taxes. I made another loss to the city about $1.5 million. We still are in the situation with Proposal 8. We're only one of 2 communities in the state that, I believe Mr. Siver can correct me, I think it's around 16 mills that we've lost in our school district due to Proposal A that had to be replaced by millage. In the study that we have at Council of Governments, and I just want to read it. We're talking about the sustainable community, and it states households with access to jobs, households with reasonable access to amenities such as entertainment venues, museums, cultural attractions, walking and biking, parks, sport venues, households with reasonable access to services such as educational institutions, medical, custodial hospitals, libraries, and full-service grocery stores. In one of the studies that appeared quite a while ago, one of Lehman, one of the foremost planners in the state of Michigan, did a study on commercial in the city. And back then they said that we'd be 118,000 population, that we'd need 25 supermarkets, 20 convenience stores in the city of Southfield. Of course, that didn't occur. We sit here in 2013, and we have lost that population. We went from 78,322 to 71,758. It's the lowest population count we've had in 30 years. We suffered the most residential foreclosures of any city in Oakland County. We had 768 foreclosures in 2011, and in every 32 homes. The council and myself, we look at these figures and with the administration, and we really look seriously on what direction do we take the city and how do we envision the city in the future. And I talked to some of those who called me, and I stated to them that we have to become closer as a community with both our neighbors, meaning our adjacent communities, as well as the community itself. We're going to have to get together and find out together how we envision our future and what is it going to take to get there. I looked at the B3 zoning very closely and mentioned it to the city planner, and it may be contrary to the planning commission. I thought we could accomplish all the things we have to do with the B2 zoning on this piece of property. It gives flexibility, and it also allows it to be marketed because it is a zoning that is different than residential. So, council members, that's some of the things that I have deeply looked at, and I feel that those things that were raised by those that are here, we will know the situation at 12 in Southfield. Matter of fact, I made a note that might relieve the left-hand turns if 11 Mile Road at Southfield, they could make left-hand turns when they got off the expressway instead of the Michigan turn, because most of the people who travel north, they become Washington Road, Evergreen, Southfield, or Greenfield. And those that come Evergreen get off at 12 east and then go north on Southfield Road, that would maybe cut some of the traffic turns that appear in that intersection, because there would be more intersections where you could turn north off of the mountain roads and curtail those left-hand turns at Fall Harbor. That's just one of the things that I looked at would probably improve, the intersection at 12 and Southfield by making, these people going north have more alternatives in going east and west, if you can understand that. But anyway, Mr. Chairman, that's what I feel would be the best and helpful to the future of the city, and meet with and set up some type of a group to meet with the planner and the council and seek some input and some solutions of how we're going to go forward. We need more population. I think by rebuilding some of the areas that are, I call them target areas, that we can improve the values of homes, which has to happen. We can't continue to lose the value in our homes. We also have to look at the commercial that we have and see how we're going to approach those. It was mentioned about IBM being a positive thing. I'm sorry to say that it's not too positive, because that beautiful building went for only $300,000. And it was at 9 Mile and Northwestern. It was the IBM building that probably won the Corning's award for being the first green building in the state of Michigan. So, it's those kinds of things that kind of set us back, set me back, and saying, how do we improve all these conditions that we're presently looking at? But anyway, that's my comments, Mr. President.
Mr. Lantz. Yes. I am not going to be so concise as Don Fracassi was, but there has been this name, they call it a box. Now, I have renditions here, which I'd like someone to come up and pass it around and see that it's the most beautiful development in our city. Just let some of the people see what this is. Now, I've been around Southfield since 1965. I decided to get busy with the city because I wanted to beat City Hall for the things that they were doing wrong.
Please.
So I started to get involved in the city, and to this day, I'm here, and it's, I think, more than 45, 50 years. So I believe that I know what I'm doing, and I've been honest to the people of the city of Southfield all those years. My tenure is without a blemish. I believe that Walmart coming in here would be a tremendous asset. It would bring in business also, but just by themselves will be an asset to us in that particular location. And I'm going to vote yes. Some people may not like it, but I've looked at the database, I looked at the figures, I examined everything, and the positive results overshadow the negative results. I'm not going to talk too long, but I think I know what I'm doing, what I feel like. And when the vote comes, I'm going to vote yes. I believe.
Next, Mr. Moss. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Mr. Moss is next.
I have some notes
in journalism and political science, and have considered going back to get my master's in public policy. We've all earned credit hours throughout this whole process with that master's of public policy. And I think that's a testament to our city administration. It's a testament to our city planner. It's a testament to our council president that we've been so thorough and diligent in taking this proposed rezoning through the process and making sure that resident input was heard every step of the way. And I've done my personal best to respond to every email that's come through the city. I hope I got to everybody, numbered in the hundreds. So everybody should be proud of the way that we got to this point right now. And I really do want to commend our city planner, Terry Crowe. Terry is doing exactly what a city planner should be doing. Taking a request like this through the process, through the planning process, ensuring that it meets specific thresholds, specific standards before presenting it to the planning commission, and then subsequently the city council. So you have done what you're hired to do, and been very helpful throughout this process. The planning commission voted to bring this before city council in November. Council has studied all of the implications of the rezoning over several meetings and lots of homework. We took our time. Thinking people think this through. And this vote is difficult. It really is, but we got here. So, obviously it can't be repeated or emphasized enough what we're voting on. We're voting on a valid consideration of land usage that was properly submitted to the city at 12 Mile and Southfield Road. We're not approving a purchase. We're not litigating against Walmart. So anyone who's contacted us, and I say this, I know that the audience has been respectful of that, but anyone who's watching the council meeting who's contacted us, we're talking about proper zoning. And anyone who has an objection to Walmart should have contacted the seller of this property, not city council. We're talking about land usage. So the number one issue surrounding this development in terms of land usage has been traffic. So I really want to address that first and dive into that. I grew up actually in this area of Southfield. My parents still live in that area of Southfield. So I know I'm young, but I've lived in the city for 26 years. So I know what traffic looked like 10, 15, 20 years ago on that stretch. And for me, simply put, businesses along that corridor were more thriving a decade and a half ago, than they are today. And Oakland County Road Commission verified that traffic was at higher levels a decade ago. We know that this proposal will marginally impact traffic flow at peak hours, an unnoticeable difference. And I do believe that. I really do. One of the planning commissioners said at a planning commission study session that really struck me, and it's been alluded to, a thriving city has traffic in it. And businesses on Southfield Road depend on traffic, depend on car movement, so that people know that that business is there. So I really can't say it's the quantity of traffic that dooms this proposal for me. But maybe it's the quality of the traffic. And we've heard time and time again about that the flow of traffic on Southfield Road is the problem, not the number of cars, but there have been proposals that have come down about creating a boulevard to slow down traffic, a plan that finds itself through a new batch of logistic hurdles every time that it moves forward. So I have some hesitations with the flow and direction of traffic, not the quantity. I think that a city thrives with traffic, but this is a failing intersection because of the flow of traffic. We're at a low for the last 15 years, and it's still a failing intersection. So it's not the increase of cars that causes me concern. It's the direction and the flow. So the question's been asked of us: is this rezoning establishing a desirable zoning trend in the city? And I'm not so sure. What is a desirable zoning trend for this community, for the densely developed residential neighborhood at 12 Mile and Southfield Road? It was mentioned here tonight, this is going to be a development unlike others because this has direct access through overflow parking into the neighborhood. And as a city, do we want want to have yet another intense use B3 business district along that corridor. And that's what I struggle with. Walmart has come to this intersection saying that there's a grocery need in this area. And I don't disagree with that, I really don't. So if there's a grocery need, why aren't we building a grocery store? Walmart has two less intense models, a Walmart Marketplace and a Walmart Express, and we have less intense zoning. I don't think that 130 square foot development using the city's most intense business district zoning is the most desirable land use for the neighborhoods surrounding it, or even for us as a city in need of redevelopment. And I say this because we are a city in need of redevelopment. But we aren't a city with a lot of undeveloped land. So when an opportunity comes to rezone a large parcel, we have to be very careful what we do with the zoning on it. If this is approved, this big box Walmart is going to be here for a long time. It will outlast all of us. 50 years from now, I hope to still be around. And I don't want to look at this development and say, 50 years ago, we were a little short-sighted on rezoning in SSD3. We didn't look hard enough for alternative solutions. We didn't work hard enough to provide support to our planning and economic development team, but rather took the first development project that came our way just because it came. And now we have this intense big box, intense development here. So if we become a city of intense zoning, intense development, we limit and really close and narrow our opportunities for redevelopment in the future. So 50 years from now, I'm stuck with the consequences of that. And so that's where I take this vote. I take it far down the line. So what's the solution here? And that's another struggle. And I see Councilman Fracassi. I think I've probably talked to you more than anybody because this is a struggle. What is the solution here? I kind of liken this corridor to 10 Mile and Evergreen, right off of the neighborhood. We're doing some creative things with brownfields there. We have a mixed-use overlay district zoning coming forward as an option for the city. I think that's the most desirable zoning trend that the city should employ. And that's going to help us redevelop and become a Renaissance city. But I don't see the back of Southfield being saved by intense use, unredevelopable intense use. So what are the next steps? I really challenge this council to start playing offense and not defense. And I think we really need to redefine our own role within the economic development strategy in this city. It seems to me that a proposal can make its way through the planning process, comes to council at the last stop. We say no, and we send it back to the drawing board. That's our role as council, but we have to be willing to be at the drawing board as well. My vote is going to be a call to action for city council. I think we need more visioning sessions. I think we need more one-item agenda meetings with our city planner, with our business development team. I think we should have a new committee, an economic development committee. I'll be the first person to volunteer to serve on that. A council committee. We have a finance committee, which is a broad committee. We have site plan, but that doesn't deal necessarily specific with economic development. I think we should have a council committee that works with the planner, works with probably our deputy our deputy administrator, and our economic development leader. And I would be happy to be on service in that. And I know that there are council people up here as well willing to do that heavy lifting. But I think what this proposal highlights is a need for this city to take control over the direction of vacant land in Southfield, even especially if it's not city-owned. We need an inventory of vacant land. We need to know who owns it, what's the best land use for it, what can we do as a city to help the property owners get to a point where the land in the city is more desirable. It gets to a point of desirable land use. I'm not voting no on redevelopment, but I'm voting yes on right development. So those are my remarks. This has been a very enlightening enlightening process. Like Councilwoman Seymour, you know, I'm elated by the residents who have come to profess their desire to stay in the city. I grew up here. I could live anywhere. My friends from college are all around the country. I stayed here in Southfield because I had a great upbringing here. I love this community, and I appreciate your support of this community as well.
What do you vote?
Yes, I did want to add something, Mr. Chairman, if I may. I kind of backed into, I guess, local politics. I never thought I'd ever be interested in local politics. Just didn't seem to me, all the excitement seemed to be at the federal level and some at the state level. And when I moved here 40 years ago, I was going to be here 2 years and moving north to Birmingham. And I discovered, and I won't bore you with the story, but I discovered that I live very close within yards of a very beautiful wooded wetland. And I grew up on tales of the Everglades and the Okeechobee Swamp and Lake Okeechobee and lived around some of those sites as a child. So that was very important to me. Then I found out a freeway was going to come through there and wipe out all that beautiful spot. So I became active, and in order to protect what we had accomplished, because we passed wetlands laws and woodlands laws, somebody suggested, somebody in this council suggested that I run for council. I said, no, but I'll find you somebody. Well, long and short of it was, I've been in a lot of, television, newspapers. I had name recognition. So I said, okay, I'll do this, and I'll do this for a couple of years to fill an unfulfilled term, and I'll do it for a maximum 6 years, and I'm done. Well, I'm still here because my major issues are land use and finance. Two most important things we do in this community, land use and any city, land use and finance. There are, we've come through a really bad economic recession. It started in 2008 with banks, I think everybody knows the history. And we're victims of that just like everyone else. We don't have the luxury of having a lot of vacant land that people are, dying to come here, but we have to look at all of our sites, and I think Mr. Moss would agree with me, we have to look at all of our sites as very special and really needing a lot of thought and I guess analysis as to how it fits into the big picture for our city. There are things I just want to read in terms of the B1 uses. There are other things that can be done with this site, even zoned as it is. It's not a lost cause. I'm not suggesting we do any of them, and just want to, enlighten people that may not be aware. And I have to say, first of all, protecting our neighborhoods is my first priority. If we don't protect our neighborhoods, our people are going to leave, and they have to be our first priority. But in the B1 unit that is current zoning, we could have condominiums. We could have mid-rise condominiums with shops below. That would be a nice use for that site. We could have a college. We could have a performing arts college or a fine arts college. We could have churches, and I don't have any problem with that. In a church site, it's a beautiful building. I hate to see it destroyed. But there are things that can go into this zoning. And my point is, and I've always said this to our planners, not Mr. Crowe, because he hasn't been with us that long, but I've always said in the past to our planners, wait for the right things. Wait for the right things to come along, especially in a prime site such as this one at 12 Mile and Southfield Road. Major sites wait for the right things. It's worth the wait to get the right things. And I don't mean anything against Walmart. I don't mean that at all, but it's the intense use of that site that has me very concerned, that I think everybody's expressed their concerns with what's happened already in the neighborhood and how it will exacerbate some of these problems. I think it's important for us as a mature city, every big development that we look at, wait for the right thing. And that's my feeling about this. Thank you.
Ms. Jordon. Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few questions to the chair, to our city administrator. It has to do with hearing some of the traffic concerns in the Bedford-Ville Association, as well as the Cranbrook subdivision. And I'm just wondering if we need to possibly beef up our police and
and our chief was in the newspaper describing it, and we want to get the mayor and city council involved in the sign-up program for the safe driving pledge. And there are notes that have been taken on these particular areas. But we are, and it's the first of the year, and that's when we, kicked it off in January. And, the mayor and city council will be asked to get directly involved in that effort. But we do have specific notes on the areas that were mentioned. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And Mr. President, I would like to be included as well as we assemble a team of residents to really work on just business redevelopment in the city. Shelley, business retention manager, as well as Mr. Crowley, because I think with that new brand to the table, you can't come up with a good use for that site. I've received so many phone calls, emails, communications, and as of late Saturday, seeing my cell phone on Facebook to call me and give me opinions on what my vote should be. But as many of you all know, my husband pastored a church here in the city of Southfield, Family Victory Fellowship Church. And in 2009, our church submitted a bid to purchase the St. Louis property. And to avoid any appearance of my vote being tainted or slighted, I'm going to have to abstain from the voters until we go into the St. Louis church. Thank you very much.
I will speak next. As a councilman, two things we always hear every time we have a new development or proposed new development. We hear traffic, and we hear fine, but it's not in my backyard. I think that I agree with Mr. Moss that traffic's not always a bad thing. It's a sign of a vibrant community, except for when we're stuck in it. And I think Southfield Road has the capacity for more traffic. However, what doesn't seem to have any capacity is the intersection of 12 Mile and Southfield. Like probably all of you, I have waited there as the lights turned. I have been in the left turn lane as far back on 12 Mile at Southfield Lakewood High School. I hate to admit it, but a couple of times I did Northbrook or Westbrook Parkway when it was just possible. This intersection has also been made more difficult by the fact that we have a Crescent Academy charter school. This charter school now has added a high school program. For years they were at about 300 students. This fall they're over 900. Some of those students are bused. Again, experience more traffic into the intersection. I have real reservations about the density of the commercial development that B3 allows, and I advocated for a double left turn lane, which we spoke with Walmart about this, and there are definite problems with that. It's about property acquisition on the east side of Southfield Road, where buildings are rather close to the street. I understand that. I'm a neighborhood advocate. I've been in the city about 46 years. I've always been a neighborhood advocate. I've chaired our neighborhood services committee for years. And I am concerned about the impact on surrounding residential areas, particularly cut-through traffic. It's going to happen. It happens now. It's going to happen again, or continue to happen, or get worse. I'm also concerned about our retail inventory. In the last couple of years, this council has had to deal with more abandoned, blighted, and/or fire-damaged buildings in this city than a decade ago. And it speaks to the mortgage crisis. It speaks to the economy. People have walked away from properties. But we've had to vote on a number of teardowns at city expense, all of our expense, because the abandoned, burned-out property became a public hazard, and we had to act. We're hoping eventually to recoup that money when the property sells, but there's no guarantee for that, especially if the property is seized by the Oakland County Treasurer. So I think one of the things, and Ms. Seymour said it, we need to strengthen our zip codes. As Mr. Fracassi has pointed out on several other meetings, that national chains, retailers, restaurants, they look at zip codes in making their decisions. And I'm aware of this, that in meetings that I've attended on planning and development, where corporations are sitting across the country someplace, and they're making a decision about your community without even being here. They're looking at data, they're looking at your website, and we feel that we're being slighted. But I think that we have to go back to our neighborhoods, that we need to strengthen our neighborhoods. We have to redouble our efforts to bolster neighborhoods, to have incentives for people to invest in their homes, not to allow apartment complexes, and we have several that have been allowed to slip to substandard for Southfield conditions. We have to do a better job of policing rental property. Some of our neighborhoods, I won't name neighborhoods, but I've talked to neighbors and they say, I don't know the neighborhood anymore. There's so many rental homes here that people come and go, that it's like a strange place. I know as treasurer of the Magnolia Neighborhood Association of 260 homes, I'm a treasurer and membership chair. The number of rental properties that we have in our neighborhood is well over 50 out of 460 homes. Some of them, and I'm not disparaging renters, but there tends, and this is generalization, there tends to be a difference between someone who owns his or her home and someone who is just staying there. I feel that this has to be an emphasis. It's something I've worked on my whole tenure on council, that we strengthen our neighborhoods. I think that retailers will take another look at our zip codes. I will not be supporting this rezoning this evening. I think that it's just too dense, and that we need to think about something something else for this property. And if it takes a little longer that it's vacant, I'm sorry to see that, but I understand that. I also, and no disrespect to the archdiocese, but I think that maybe a reality check. We've all taken, every one of us that owns a home, a property in this city, has taken a hit on their property value. And I think that and it has not been disclosed to us what the sale price of this property is. But one of the reasons it hasn't sold is because of the price tag. And I would challenge the archdiocese to get in a dialogue with us about what is a realistic price for the property and what we could put there that would be less dense than what's proposed here, and something that perhaps is more affordable to other interested parties. That concludes my remarks.
Mr. President, I call for a vote.
Okay. I'm sorry? Well, I'm going to ask Ms. Banks to take a roll call vote. I'm sorry, yes. Thank you. We need a motion on the floor.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Roll call vote.
No, we need a motion to, for ZR 1314. I need someone to make that motion.
We need a motion for what?
Is the motion to rezone, is the motion to rezone?
We have not placed a motion on the floor, we have not.
All right,
All right, the motion has been made by Mr. Lantz to approve ZR 1314. I won't go through the whole description, as you all know what it is. Is there a second for this motion?
Support.
Ms. Seymour has supported. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion?
What's the motion? It's for B3?
No, it's, yes, for B3, I'm sorry. As is written in our agenda. Is there any other discussion? If not, I will ask Ms. Banks to take a roll call vote.
Thank you. Mr. Fracassi? No. Mr. Frasier?
I told our council president ahead of time that I was going to reserve my comments when it came time to vote. So sit back and relax. The thing that I want to get across is how I arrived at a vote. And one of the things I've learned over a long period of time is that 100% of the time I'm going to be 50% wrong. Because for those people that want me to vote yes, if I vote no, they're upset. For those people who want me to vote no, if I vote yes, they're upset. So regardless of how I vote, I'm half wrong. So when I leave here tonight, my record is going to be intact. And going through this, I felt an awful lot like the main character in Fiddler on the Roof. When he was trying to come with a decision, he kept saying, on the other hand, and on the other hand. Because I've heard very positive things, and I've heard very negative things about Walmart. And taking those comments into account, I reflected on other votes that I have taken that caused me to have what I call the Wolverine in my gut. It was one of those things that, is this the right decision? And I've been on the end of decisions that I regretted over a period of time. One of them is the place that is now called the Regency Banquet Hall on 12 Mile Road, just west of Telegraph. When they came years ago, they asked for a liquor license, and it was right next to a condo. And we struggled with that, and finally we awarded them a liquor license. We had nothing but problems for the next hours like we have tonight, listening to the people in the condos talking about the noise that was emanating from the parking lot, from the banquet hall and all. And I regretted that I had voted in favor of giving them a liquor license. And I don't want that same regret tonight. I know our planner said that we need to separate the zoning from the site plan. But that's really difficult for me to do. It's been difficult for me all along because the zoning and the site plan came written on both sides of the same sheet of paper. And I believe that if we approve the B3 and then expect Walmart to voluntarily reduce the footprint of their building so that there will be room for other permitted uses in the B3, we're just fooling ourselves. I think that's the place that we ought to have for mixed use. And the bottom line of how I got to my vote is the same thing that Ms. Hallinan stated when she was at the microphone. And she said, one of the favorite places that I go to is Costco. And if Costco was being put on this piece of property, would I vote yes or no on the zoning? And she said that she would vote no because it was too intensively used for that piece of property. It just so happens that Ms. Hallinan and I came to the same conclusion, and my vote is no.
That's long enough.
Mr. Chairman.
I can't take any more time to the rest of you guys talk.
I don't mean to interrupt him, but I'm going to withdraw my support for the motion.
You can't. Once it's on the table and you support it,
that?
you can't withdraw your support.
All right.
We're going to take the vote, continue the vote. So, Ms. Banks, we've called on Mr. Fracassi, who said no. Called on Mr. Frasier, who said no.
Mr. Lantz?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Long?
No.
Ms. Seymour?
No.
Jordon?
Abstention?
And Mr. Siver?
No.
Mr. President.
Chairman, I would like to make a motion that this be considered for these two.
Been moved by Mr. Fracassi. Is there support for that motion? What is it? Mr. Fracassi has moved that we consider the same property, but rezone it to B2.
I really think this is a situation where we need to talk about it without doing a knee-jerk vote on this one.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a support for it? Motion fails for lack of support.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Let me explain why I made that motion. Irrespective of it's not a knee-jerk, it is that if we want to see redevelopment, the individuals that are going to be looking for locations are more apt to look at it when they know what the zone than not. And if we're really trying to be effective, we have to put a zoning on it that reflects what we would like. If you had for a mixed use, which is what is sought by the master plan, then I don't know where you're going. If you just keep it like you did, I would really say that you could not do this church right away in that corner.
I don't disagree with anything that... Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I have to be very frank. I'm disappointed at the disappointed, really, really disappointed at your lack of common sense. And brilliant, Jeremy Morse, you're so brilliant that you're over brilliant, you don't know. Where all your talking pointed to yes. You do that, Mr. Siver does that. I'm very disappointed. I think the people who have common sense are disappointed, will be disappointed in what we did tonight. You, all of you are in a minority. There's 63,000 voters out there. I'm entitled to my opinion, and I believe that this was a perfect fit for that property, and they deliberately voted no because you frightened them. You don't frighten me. I'm not intimidated by you. Well, anyway, I'm sorry. I want my...
Yes, I don't disagree with anything that Mr. Fracassi has said about changing it to a different zoning. I just don't think tonight is the proper time to do it. I think in a cooler time when the flames are a little lower, and we sit around the table and talk with our planner, and then come back and change it. And I may be totally in agreement with you when we come back, but I just don't think we need to do it tonight.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Then, do we refer it back to the planning department for alternative zoning?
I think Mr. Crowder has already informed us that we could rezone it B2. I won't put words in your mouth, but you did tell me that.
What I stated is that since it was advertised for B3, which is the most intensely commercial uses, council could come to the conclusion that a lesser zoning is more appropriate, and you could consider B2 tonight. You can refer it back to the planning department and the planning commission for further study.
Yes.
There's a number of options that you could do.
Well, I think clearly, this, as long as the church is vacant, this is not going away. And as Mr. Moss has said, and others, we need to think about, and Ms. Seymour, about the future of this property. But I would agree with Mr. Frasier. Tonight, we're just not prepared to do that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. The mayor has.
Yes, thank you. I've listened intensely tonight to the community and listened to the council members making these decisions. What's going to happen is not Tuesday, but what has happened today when we ride down that road is going to be an abandoned church, a blighted site. And if you look on Southfield Road, and there's Lakewood Village people here, Southfield Road is looking very tight. It's looking very worn. There's a lot of empty storefronts. And we can continue, because we said no to Golden Corral. We said no tonight to Walmart. And the number of vacant properties and abandoned buildings are increasing in our city. And it's going to require leadership and more than just gathering to say no. And some of the people in the audience tonight have said that there has to be some alternative. This council is not elected to sit here and say no to development. And the plea that I've heard in a number of situations, what are we going to do to revitalize our city? We can tear down all the abandoned buildings, but then we have vacant lots. That is not what Southfield is. And the political courage in the midst of this discussion, and it is mentioned when Target came, no one wanted the Target. When the Home Depot came, no one wanted that. We've had debates about 7-Eleven. We just heard for an abandoned restaurant,
that we want to put the Tim Hortons. There's some people that don't put the Tim Hortons there, just leave them abandoned buildings. We have the responsibility as elected officials to absolutely give the voice to those very tonight. And I just want to say, the mayor of this city, I am so proud of the people that came out tonight and spoke. This is a community that are vested, they care about it. To sit here to midnight to listen to a debate like this is unprecedented. I had someone to tell me in the lobby that they were going to write about this process, about democracy. This is what it looks like. And our state government should take a note. But with that being said, I'm sad. I don't know what to do with the vote tonight. Maybe Walmart is not refused. And when you say wait for something else, we keep adding to the list of vacant and abandoned buildings. And when people drive down Southfield Road, they're driving through our city, a lot of people. And if we want to repopulate this city, we're going to have a vision and a commitment to create an environment, a sense of place. And when we had all greenfields, it was easy, because all you have to do is sit there and build it. But now it's not going to be a single development until the residents of the city, I'm going to tell you, there will not be a single development in the city that's not going to abut to something that's already existing. It's not going to happen. And we can continue to tax the galleries to say no, no, no. And then all of a sudden you're going to look around and say, I don't want to live in the city. I want to go somewhere where I can go around the corner and shop. I want to go somewhere where I have a diverse collection of real retail. When I drive down Ford Road in Canton, there's not a single restaurant or place that I cannot go and shop and go to a restaurant. When I go to Sterling Heights and I look at that city on these roads, we do have Southfield Road. But God help us, the county has known about this road and the statistics that we've looked at of that intersection being unsafe. That's not brand new. That intersection, since I have been an elected official, has been in the top 5, and nothing has been done. The county knows that. We had a county official came and spoke tonight. And now we're talking about slowing the traffic down. I don't know what that's going to look like to a boulevard and actually slow the traffic down. But it's going to have to take off the gloves. We're going to have to get off, and it's going to be uncomfortable. But we're going to have to do it because tomorrow when we go down 12 miles off the road, the traffic is still going to be backed up. That traffic still is going to have the double up that you're talking about, 3 or 4 lights to get through. Nothing has changed. And we're still going to have a vacant, abandoned building. And that's not the Southfield that we want. And that's not the Southfield that's going to repopulate. That's not the Southfield that's going to continue to be dependent at all. And while we sit down tonight and people applaud it, I know some people are happy. And maybe Walmart isn't it, but doggone it, we're going to have to find a way to accelerate this conversation. And just like we have heated debates about giving tax abatements to companies that are staying here and we know we need to partner with them, we're going to have those heated conversations of bringing revenue back to this city. And we're going to have to be just as passionate about that more passionate than we have been in the past. Thank you.
I just want to say that both of these sites, Golden Trail and Walmart, were not properly zoned for these developments. It's not as though they were zoned and we should say no. They were not properly zoned. That says something. And I think we should take our time to consider what we do with that site. I agree with Mr. Frasier. I don't like the knee-jerk reaction of changing the zoning tonight. When the right thing comes along, it'll be easy to rezone. So that's my...
I would just like Mr. Chairman, I can't sit here and believe that we're not going to move forward with something to make something happen. By B2, you give all the flexibility, and if you just don't do anything. Someone has to start from the very beginning to go before all the hearings and with their proposal, the same way as Walmart did. And you're looking at a year and a half with all the advertising and hearings before this facility even gets marketed. And that's ridiculous. That's really ridiculous. And you've got to get this thing on the market, and your owner has to know what it is zoned, and he's going to come in here and petition a certain kind of development, and at that time you can say yes or no. Talk to the planner. There's all kinds of ways in which he can specify the kinds of development and the special uses that you have control over. And I just, I agree with the mayor. You're going to be sitting with this thing a year, 2 years from now, and you can look at this building and you know you're not going to build a house on it. That's what it's zoned. It's either going to be a house or it's going to be a church. That's the only thing that can walk in and build on it.
Well, I think there's a commitment here, Mr. Fracassi.
To what?
I think there's a commitment here
to what?
To take a more thoughtful look at this.
Well, that's what we did. It took a year and a half on this one.
Say no. I'm going to.
Anyway,
I have a point. I wanted to, before more people leave, I wanted to, this meeting is not over, we have communications yet on our agenda, but we're at a critical point in the meeting, and that we have finished our public hearing and our council vote on this rezoning. I want to thank the audience for, I'm particularly proud of, I set an expectation and you met it as far as how we conduct business in Southfield. I'm particularly glad that the media was here and they didn't get those kind of out of control crowd things they love to do. We looked good. We don't all agree, but we had a civil discourse tonight on a very, very, very difficult issue. I didn't make, like everybody else, I did not make this, and I went back and forth. I did not make this decision lightly. I didn't say it, but I'm also very concerned about our retail inventory and adding something shiny and new at the expense of what's existing. I'm not sure. To me, it's kind of a gamble. So, again, thank you very much. I would like to soldier on, if that's all right with the council. It's now 20 after 12. We have 15 people who have asked to be recognized under communication. Thank you.
Our meeting is still going, please.
Is dropped. And we want communication person to person who's asked to speak.
Let me take a fire for you. We've been here 5 hours.
I don't hear that. So, Ms. Cheryl, the floor is yours. If you're going to have a conversation, I ask that you take it in the hall, please, so that we can hear our people who come to address the council. Come, please. It's not a call.
My name is Pamela Jarrett, and there is I am and have been the missing voice for Southfield. If you're watching this meeting on Cable 15 or listening to my voice via YouTube or audio reproduction, I can be reached at P.O. Box 155, Southfield, Michigan 48037-0155, or by telephone at 248-352-9188. I am just a phone call away or a click away via email. January is National Radon Month. Radon is a silent killer. Unless you test for it, you don't know its presence, and you don't know how much you have in your home. Radon is a radioactive gas that is colorless, odorless, tasteless, and chemically inert. Radon is formed by the natural radioactive decay of uranium and thorium in the rock, soil, and the water. It is important to note that radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer in the United States next to cigarette smoking. Radon is estimated to cause about 14 deaths per year. According to the National Safety Council, if you smoke, then you are exposed to elevated radon levels, which would make your risk of lung cancer especially high. The risk assessment of radon in drinking water was released in 1999. That NSA report concluded that radon in drinking water causes about 19 stomach cancers per year, or deaths per year. The EPA states that an acceptable level of radon is less than 4.0, but if the levels are between 4.0 or higher, remediation should take place. A qualified company will install or should install a radon reduction system. Radon can enter in your home by the cracks in the floor and the walls, gaps in suspended floors, openings around sun pumps and drains, cavities in the walls, joints in construction materials, gaps around utility penetrations, pipes and wires, crawl spaces that open directly into the building, and also in water, like well water. There are some areas in Oakland County that are known to have high levels of radon. I believe that Southfield has only had maybe 3 cases of radon that was found in a home. My city, the great city of Southfield, has once again set the standard high. When you purchase a home through the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, or NSP, we in this city do 2 types of inspections. The first inspection is your standard inspection to find major problems. I am very pleased to find out that Southfield does an environmental inspection because we're built on a swamp. In this city, if radon is found in your home, the city of Southfield does radon remediation at no expense to the potential home buyer. That alone is a good reason why anyone would want to buy a home in Southfield. I'm urging all my fellow residents to test for this silent killer. The life you save might be your own and your family. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Gerard Mullen. And following that, Stephanie English. Good evening, Mr. Mullen.
Good evening, Dr. Siver. Good morning. Mr. President, my name is Gerard Mullen. I am proud to say that since 1961, I have worked here in this city. And since 1968, I have paid taxes here in my city, the great city of Southfield, which is a damn good city. My address is Gerard Mullen, 2012@gmail.com. Just one small quantum leap from that walking mecca like a village. Tonight, I am not here to talk about those nice guys from Denso, Council's favorite corporate criminal, and Southfield's best known Ryan Feller, and the city's #1 tax avoider. Instead, I am here tonight to make the following suggestions to Council. That's you folks. In order to encourage greater citizen participation in Southfield city government, I propose that Council award a prize to the individual citizen who made the best presentation tonight regarding Walmart.
Thank you.
The prize would be that the winner would have their picture, a full-page photo, published in the 2014 Southfield calendar, reenacting their award-winning performance
before council. This photo will be placed above the boards and commissions page. This would add needed variety to an already stale calendar. We're all sick and tired of the same old photos, year in and year out. It's time for a change. For example, in last year's calendar alone, there were 4, count them 4, as my Nigerian friends who live in Lakewood Village, that jewel on Southfield Road, would say, Otu, Afoa, Anu, Atu. That's right, 4 full-page photos of none other than council's favorite project, you guessed it, Carpenter Lake, also known as Denzel Park.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. Next, we have Ms. English.
This is very short, thank you, for the hospitality. She's last, but she has to go. It will take a minute. This is Dr. Jane Hokie, and I have nothing but gratitude for you opening up the City Hall for us. There was a large mobilization. There were 4 groups working in Southfield that gelled. Pastor Tim helped us with the meeting spot, but we try to really be correct with the issues, and I just want to say thank you because it was an experience I haven't had since I've been here for it to be so open. People were saying how warm it felt here, and it's almost like church, you know, it felt like that kind of fellowship, and that's very special in government.
And I'd just like to add, thank you so much for this wonderfully democratic process.
Next, we have Joan Golden. Let the record show that Ms. Golden is not present. Next, Geraldine Amato. Your name and address for the record.
Geraldine Amato. You have my address in the record. I am glad for this respite. I was a bit surprised on the vote. It is a respite, but under the current private commercial order, we're still inexorably moving away from controlling our own resources and all the necessities of our lives, and we're forfeiting them to economic development and letting more of our control of local resources going. I wanted to speak in general about the government debt, the deficit, and all this propaganda that comes out of the federal government in Washington, D.C. The fact is we are not being taught, we are not being told the truth of history, and we're being manipulated. Under the current order of things, those who have taken control of the resources of this nation through a fraudulent monetary system own everything we possess. They own the Commonwealth, which is supposed to be controlled by the good people of the nation. We are all losing ground. Some of us, as mercenaries, we are forced to be, are paid better in bank for script than others, but we're all paid in credit. We are not paid in substance. The substance of our labor is losing its value over time, and more of us are becoming homeless. More of us are finding difficulty holding on to our mortgaged homes. We don't own them, and the mortgages are evidence of that. But we are not being told the truth. In this short period of time here, I can't expound on what I've learned during the last 15 to 20 years. I only come here to try to share that. And it seems that my trying to share it are not welcome. If there are those interested in hearing me expound on what I've learned, I do take phone messages at 330-647-1937, 330-647-1937. But, for example, next month is considered Black History Month. But we are never told that civil rights are not the same as inalienable natural human rights, which Today, in fact, the overlords elect, and we get to vote for their electors, whatever you want to call them, on the ballot. Some of us get on the ballot, and I have been on the ballot myself in another place, thinking that because we're there, we'll be treated as equals and be able to reach the public. That is not what happens. Only those who bolster the master's agenda allowed to speak publicly, adequately, and to reach more people. We are not taught history in school. So we lately have been bombarded with gun control propaganda regarding so-called mass murderers that have used guns. Well, what is emphasized in the press is what the masters choose to emphasize. If we would look at the number of murders or killings on the roadways, and most of those accidents are mentioned in passing rather than the gory details and harped upon and discussed, maybe if that was done by the people in control of the mass media, perhaps more people could drive more carefully. We see a lot of reckless driving in this area and a lot of cars on the road, and people don't understand the dangers because it's not spoken of publicly until they are involved themselves in some kind of disaster on the roadway. We have heard about background checks to be done for mental illness and such as that, for gun control legislation. But mental illness was used as an excuse, for example, in the Soviet Union, to put political dissidents in mental hospitals.
Mr. Mosley, you have 15 seconds.
Was that already 5 minutes?
You had 10 seconds.
Our police power is not under the control of the people. The Pentagon Brotherhood is not the lawful command of our military power. Our courts are not our own. They're under a private commercial jurisdiction.
Thank you. Your time is up.
You're not interested in what I have to say.
You know, I'm going to make a suggestion to you.
What is that?
We have listened to you.
You have not listened to me. You have insulted me from the day when I come here.
Be quiet.
See,
you have not listened to us. I would suggest that the next time you come here, and I know you'll be back, that you tell us specifically how this council can deal with national debt and everything else that you bring to us. I think you're talking in the wrong venue. And I am not going to get in a debate with you. Please sit down right now. I will be happy to talk to you on the telephone as you call me frequently. Please sit down. I'm not going to call on Carmen Gunther. Good evening, Mr. Gunther.
Hello again. My name is Myron Frasier. I reside in 19101 Greensboro, Southfield, Michigan. I mentioned earlier that we need marketing to sell the city. Ms. English made a good example of one cold call that got results. Jeremy Moss mentioned forming a committee amongst council people. I would suggest that council might be wise to include some of the residents on a committee like that. You obviously all have our opinion. Please include us in this process. Some of us do have good ideas for what could possibly be a viable product in St. Pete's property, even as far as keeping the building, but under a different venue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gunther. Brian Jones?
First, I'd like to apologize to Ms. Jordon myself. Her name was Mrs. Ford, and I was trying to say that I agree with a lot of what she has to say sometimes. I just think she could probably stand to be a little more practical about it. And I think you guys made a very wise move dealing with Walmart that has offended a very powerful entity that could have been a very powerful ally. In addition to that, of course, you know, I've emailed you guys something really serious, and just like I said, I've addressed the council and civil services about a solution to minority at-risk substance use issues, as an approach via letter and email. Okay, I'd like to bring up the issue that's been critical amongst African Americans since their introduction to this country, and I'd like to start off with victims of racial profiling. First, there's a Mallet Green who was beaten to death by officers in Detroit. Trayvon Martin, a young man, was recently shot in Florida. Oscar Grant was recently shot in the Bay Area by police officers. Rodney King was beaten half to death, and until a long time ago was beaten due to racial profiling to death, brutally. And there's an entertainer by the name of Tyler Perry who believes that racial profiling is a hate crime. I agree with him. I'd like to go into this further. Okay, racial profiling is an issue of life-threatening danger by police forces ever since the end of the Civil War, when a terrorist group called the Ku Klux Klan was formed to harass under duress and ritual killing, along with church bombings and leadership assassinations of African American men. This group has infiltrated the police agencies across the United States and is still fully operational since the 30s, 40s, and 50s, and 60s. I don't know if they have an influence in the Southfield Police Department, but this group also poses a danger to the Jewish population as well as the black. And they should be investigated and disbanded at the federal level if their influence in police activities and policies and agendas are causing people mortal harm. The police body, especially in Southfield, should have a ratio directly proportional to the population density of the city. So there should be more African American officers, and a psychological evaluation should be given to the non-minority officers who migrate in for employment from non-black areas to check for xenophobia, which is a psychological disturbance that causes a paranoia and an irrational fear and hatred of people other than themselves. And an orientation or college-level course on African and African American studies to familiarize themselves with young African American men to dispel stereotypes and to protect and serve them and not harm them. Attention needs to be given to the extortion activities of 46th District Court and their attack on African American wealth in Southfield due to aggressive and petty police harassment of the African American youth in Southfield, compounding the problem with unfair and deceptive court processes and the absence of due process for the express purpose of financial gain through overzealous ticketing, absorptive fines, and unnecessary jail time, plus lengthy probations with strategically placed pitfalls as to penalize for mere capital gain. There is a handicapped one-sided front to extract wealth from persons who possess very little under duress and are literally being oppressed by the manipulation of laws to attack them financially through the perpetuation of stereotypes and racial profiling. I am presently a victim of this institutional racism, and I am innocent. I'm an innocent man fighting a case that should never have made it to the trial level. I've informed you of this and have filed a preemptory motion to remove the present judge due to his racial bias. Now I request a total change of venue to another county such as Wayne because due to the institutional racism at 46th District Court, I have reason to believe with evidence as well to show I will not have a fair trial no matter which judge I get, especially after having stated this now on cable. People are going to be seeing this. After stating there must be a change of venue. There's a lot of cost to show that it's necessary. In addition, if my rights are continually violated and this happening to my fellow brothers,
you have 15 seconds.
Okay, I will continue to correspond with agencies such as ACLU, NAACP, and the Department of Justice, as well as the Office of the President, to create, with the help of civil rights and federal attorneys, I'm in contact with the class action lawsuit against the city of Southfield for racial exposure.
Time is up, Mr. Jones.
Are you sure that was 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, well, like I said, I do still want to help with the outreach youth program because I used to be an outreach youth. The first time I ever got in trouble with the law.
Next we have Stanford Waxer. Let the record show
He
that
left.
Mr. Waxer is not present. Following, we have Diane Anderson.
Anderson. I'll be brief. First of all, I want to thank council, and Ken, I want to thank you in particular. I've been in politics for 45 years at a very high level, and this is one of the best set of hearings that I've participated in all of that time. I simply want to urge once again that the community become more involved in this planning process, and I would like you to seriously consider, for those of us who love Lathrop, we really should be thinking of Southfield Road as one commercial district that starts at about Mount Vernon, and it really goes all the way down to 14 Mile. There's only a couple things on the other side of 14 in Birmingham. So Beverly Hills needs to be consulted, so does Lathrop, and there needs to be a regional approach to what kind of things should go into this area so that we complement each other rather than we compete. There's limited consumer money to spend because I've said many times the middle class has been decimated with very little chance that it's coming back anytime in our lifetime. And since there is limited money to spend, it's very important that we plan wisely and we act proactive, not reactive, in constantly saying that a Walmart or a Golden Corral is inappropriate. The more the citizens are involved in that planning process right from the start, the greater the chance mistakes will be avoided. So thank you.
You're welcome, and on our things to do list is to hold a joint meeting with the Lathrop City Council. Robert Walker. Hello again.
Hello. Robert Walker on Winstead Drive, and I just wanted to share with you a quick story. There's a requirement that to speak for the communications aspect, you have to sign in. And when I went to sign in at the city office, the lady at the clerk's office, she caught me before I walked away, and she said that I didn't put in a category. And so I said, I know, I didn't want to, because I wanted to surprise people at the meeting. And so she looked at the other lady, she said, well, Mr. Walker, you kind of have to do that. So I wrote one word, it was confidence. And I want to thank you for having the wisdom and the leadership to do what you did tonight regarding the rezoning. I'm no mind reader, but I felt that as elected officials, when you looked at the ramifications of approving it, you wouldn't do it. And I had confidence that you would. My wife said that if Walmart was approved, we have to move. Well, I like Southfield. I didn't want to move. And she said that I shouldn't have put myself out on the limb by putting it on writing that I had confidence in your decision. And I just want to say thank you.
Next we have Joe Cato. Let the record show that Mr. Cato is not present. Next we have Charlie Gilliam. Let the record show that Mr. Gilliam is not present. He was here earlier this evening. And next, following, we have Patricia Haney.
Good evening, or should I say good morning?
Good morning.
My name is Pat Haney. I live at 17933 Windflower Drive, Southfield, 48076. I am here this evening to publicly express my deep appreciation to the first response team that helped save my life. You see, on December 17th, I had a major heart attack. From the time that I called 911 and the dispatcher that answered my call, the team acted in an amazing, skilled, and professional manner. Within minutes, a team of 4 from our city would at my door and begin working on saving my life. And you have to excuse me. I said I was going to be emotional, but I think you can understand why I've been a little choked up. The dispatcher talked to me the entire time that I waited. I thought I that quick action of our response team, dispatcher, and that hospital is the reason why I can stand before you today. In addition to expressing my appreciation to our outstanding service people, I want to express my appreciation to the City Council, our phenomenal mayor, and our outstanding city administration. Because despite major financial challenges, you have been able to develop a budget and maintain a budget through your strong fiscal responsibility that has resulted in our city services not being diminished to the harms of our residents. We in Southfield take for granted sometimes our outstanding city service. Many communities have not been as fortunate as ours to have the outstanding leadership we have that is physically responsible and has kept this city on solid ground. So for that, I truly thank you all. I also want, and I would be remiss if I didn't say thanks to all the city employees who are doing much more now with less. They have taken concessions that help maintain our outstanding services and programs. So I say thank you for that. I also would like to thank the voters of our community who strongly understood and supported a millage to maintain our vital city programs and services. They never questioned your recommendation to approve that millage. And finally, I just want to say that by the grace of God, and because of the outstanding service I received, I've been given a second chance. And I plan to use that and not waste that chance I've been given. So, just as I came forward this evening, I do plan to do whatever little this one individual can do and continue to make Southfield the center of it all. Thank you very much.
We're glad to
Absolutely.
Our final speaker tonight on our communications is Mr. Toby Rose.
My name is Toby Rose. I'm at 17001 New Jersey, Southfield, Michigan. I'm here to speak about the corruption in 46th District Court, the Southfield Police State Attorney's Office, and William J. Richards, the racist judge, the judge who uses the racial slur against black people in open court. One thing I've noticed about Southfield since I've lived here about 25 years ago when I first came here, that it seemed like it was a city of promise and opportunity. And for, say, about maybe 14 years, that was true. Maybe about 88 to about 2002, it seemed like the city was on the rise. And there were a lot of opportunities here. It seemed about around 2002, things started to decline. Once 2008 hit, there was definitely a change downward. And that's when William J. Richards came on the bench. That's when Bank of America arrived. And that's when I noticed a change in the behavior of the Southfield Police. Now, the Southfield Police had been bad for a long time, but it really seemed like it got bad around 2008. What I noticed is that they seem to prey on black people. And I can see why when you look at the niggas of the Southfield Police. You look at the head, which is a black guy, but you look at everything in between, and there's no black people there. They haven't seen any watch commanders or detectives who are black. And I almost get the impression once they don't hire black people there. And of course, the way they respond to black people, well, at least in my case, seems to be predatory in nature, not in any form a safety or security function. But then again, I never believe, and I don't know that the police don't have any legal obligation to protect anyone anyway. And they certainly don't have to act their way around black people. And that's just, that's just history. I mean, since the 60s, in the 60s, the police would just murder black people. They just saw them in the way and worked with it. And then the city burned because of that, and rebellions all over the country. And then the 70s hit, and the government said, we got to figure out another way. We can't just have them murdering on the streets. I mean, basically the way instead of just murdering on them, why don't you just, take a break and we'll give you a budget for that. And so that's what we've seen, over time, the police preying on black people. So now we're at a point where the United States has, one of the highest, not one of the highest rate of incarceration in the world by far. There's no one even close, not even China, nothing close to what we do in the United States. Because there's a campaign to blame the black man, or to find every excuse in the book to try to throw people in jail. And so that's what I've encountered with the Southfield police, is that they aren't here to just attack. They're not here to secure, they're here to be a threat. And when you look at the piece, you have to understand what they got. They're information gathering primarily. They keep track of what's going on. Because really the people in Southfield don't have, any power whatsoever. I mean, who really has power? They America has power. They're too big to fail that power. See, they get bailouts. When they fail, they get a bailout. But the people in Southfield, they don't get a bailout. They lose half their property values. Their property taxes get wasted on useless, violent, brutal police who do nothing all day long but take the tax dollars that they spend and they use them to accuse and attack and blame the very people who provide them with jobs. But Bank of America gets a bailout for being incompetent. A colossal failure. I mean, monumental, an epic failure. And they never have to continue to do business. And instead of holding them accountable, instead of doing investigations of them, instead, let's blame the black man. That's the attitude of the Southfield police. They have no loyalty to the community whatsoever. I mean, I've been a part of the community for 25 years, and they have no problem attacking me because they don't care about it. They care about Bank of America. And with the Southfield police, because they can't do it alone, they need the city attorney's office, because the city attorney's office is cowardly. They have no backbone. And of course, you have William J. Richards, the racist judge, who is not only racist, and one thing I know about racists is that they're also incredibly incompetent. He says things on the bench that don't make any sense. There's court procedures that you have to follow. And he'll read the law himself and just say, no, I'm not going to follow it. Which brings up another point. There's a lawlessness in Southfield. And as long as they attack black people, it's like, oh, okay, who cares about that? What are they going to do? They don't have any, they don't give them any credit. The police are waging race war. What are they going to do? Who cares about them? So you have this lawlessness in Southfield where the law doesn't apply when you're black. They don't care about your rights. They don't care about due process. They don't care about any rules of procedure. They don't care. What are you going to do? So you have that. But then you also have 46th District Court. And what I mean by that, I mean something separate from the judge and the court administrator and the clerk there.
You and law. Keep speaking. You have 22 seconds.
Okay. So, they don't care about the law. There's certain procedures they have to follow, but they don't follow them. And this affects everybody, whether you're black or not. And all it is just a revenue-generating device. And that's the second part that the police do, is information gathering and revenue generating. And the last thing, of course, is wage and race war. And if they have time to, maybe, is that it? Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I do have a few questions. Mr. Rhodes, don't leave. And I'm not sure how we should proceed with this, but it does raise an eyebrow to me when I see two individuals that are making basically the same allegations regarding the judge. And I'm just not sure how we handle that, or just even where should we begin to the chair, to the attorney. We've got two individuals from the public.
Well, obviously,
speaking.
Both of these individuals do have or have had pending cases in the 46th District Court. And I think if there is some kind of concern that a judge is acting beyond the scope of his or her authority, obviously that's what the Judicial Tenure Commission is for. They investigate those kind of allegations and they take actions. I mean, it really is a kind of a separation of powers here. This is the legislative branch, that's the judicial branch, and there is an oversight committee to the judicial branch.
So would we then recommend these guys to contact the judicial?
I think, of course, anyone is always free to make a complaint to the Judicial Tenure Commission. That is always a right that somebody has. So I think, if they feel that there's been something where a judge has exceeded, his lawful or her lawful authority, that would be the route to pursue.
So through the chair, can we supply that information to?
Oh, I've already done that.
You've done that.
I've done that in consent. That's a waste of time.
Okay, well, that's the only recourse that I'm understanding that can be taken. So as long as you're doing your due process as well, and just see what happens.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that concludes communications. Council, is there anything that you wish to raise this evening? Hearing none, we'll move on to the mayor, who is out of the room, the administration.
I'd just like to take a moment to thank Patricia Haney for her comments. I do believe our employees are doing a tremendous job. And so it's nice of you to stay this long to express yourself and the support. I'm glad things worked out for you. And it's a tremendous effort that does go on with our employees, fire, police, and all of our support, other departments that work, code enforcement and others. And so we just appreciate you taking the time. Thank you very much.
Attorney, anything to say?
Nothing to say, Mr. President.
Clerk? Okay, Mr. Crowe, you probably felt you said enough. Okay, nothing this morning. Okay. We have nothing to schedule. Our next regular meeting is, our council study session, or the committee of the whole, will be on February 14th, I believe. February 11th, correct. February 11th, that's Monday the 11th. With that, this meeting is